You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Sunday night, 11 p.m., September 24th, 2023. Today we're playing the sixth case from Mythos Tales called The Star of Tokelau. 6 of 8 with one sort of bonus prologue case and then one fan case. And we're hoping to finish this book up in October. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for us, except that we've got a lot of spooky, creepy, scary games we're going to play in October, so our schedule's going to be packed. We're going to try to get in some of these last cases early before September. If you want to help us decide and schedule what games we're going to be playing in October, you just want to get a peek at some of the deluxe experiences we're in for this October, you can stop by the Board Game Geek Guild forum section for this channel. You'll find a link to that on the About page. You'll also find a link to the Discord channel for this YouTube channel, where I am most of the time, half-time, talking about the game I'm working on high and low, and half the time just chatting in general. That's also where I'll announce if I'm having a last-minute stream, which this one, well, we knew about this one yesterday. Let me check in with the chat. It looks like we've got a small group today. Always happy to see Jonathan and Tina. What is everyone up to? What is everyone drinking? I've got my Christmas tea as normal, which I discovered at Greg's house. And I have my little mug, which is from the Puzzle People Facebook group. Now, I don't use Facebook as a rule, but this group that someone on the channel, one of the viewers, told me about a while ago, seems to be the place where people go to talk about the escape room type games like Hunt a Killer, Deadbolt Mystery Society, and all the others. And there are some serious people on that channel, some of the designers of these games as well, but everyone seems to know a lot about the background of these games or know about some of the more esoteric ones. And they frequently sell games. People frequently sell games on that Facebook group. So it's a good group to hang out on if you like these kinds of games. Although, I should say that the escape room puzzle people don't really cross over that often with what we've got in front of us today, which is more of a Sherlock Holmes consulting detective deductive game. And our experience so far with Mythos Tales, I would say Mythos Tales is a bit of a divisive game because a lot of us love this Cthulhu horror-ish setting for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. And if you don't know the history of Mythos Tales, it started out as Arkham Investigator, a fan-made Cthulhu spin-off of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, which eventually got published on Kickstarter. That's what I have, the Kickstarter version, which is in hardback. And then it sort of disappeared, went out of print, and it's sort of notorious for being buggy. There's a big errata and FAQ that other people have written. Every case has some errors. There are errors on the map that I've replaced with stickers. There's lots of errors in the directory. It's a good lesson to be cautious for me in my Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective spin-off game, that it's easy to make mistakes, and then there are more fundamental mistakes in the cases and stuff. One of the fascinating things about this set, however, is how much they really tried to introduce new mechanics and new ideas, and we've seen a bunch of them in recent cases. Not always successful, but quite interesting. So partly where this case is divisive, this series, this set, Mythos Tales, is divisive, comes from the people that really want a good mystery deductive case and don't have tolerance for experimental stuff, and those of us who have a little more tolerance and interest in just experimenting. All right, anything else to catch up on? If you haven't watched, if you do watch the playthroughs on this channel of the escape room puzzle games, you may want to check out the recent one we did playing Deadbolt Mystery Society Blackout, because it was especially good and satisfying case. Or if you're looking for a Deadbolt Mystery Society game to start with, box to start with, Blackout, maybe my favorite one. It was recommended by someone on the channel. It's very good. And earlier this afternoon, we started our new series of Dear Holmes. We got the first letter. It feels like another case where we may have solved it on the first letter. A little odd. But we'll see. We'll see how it develops. Hopefully not. Hopefully there are some more twists and turns in that case. All right, shall we get started here if there's nothing else to be said? A reminder that I buy all of the games we play on the channel. We have no relationship with any of these developers, so we can speak our mind. And I do want to hear what you think of these games after we play them. So you might want to keep a pen and paper nearby. If you're watching us live, write down any game design thoughts you have, favorite parts, least favorite parts, etc. If you're watching this after the fact, I'd love to hear your comments on the channel. I do read every single one and reply to them. It's one of the real pleasures of having a YouTube channel, is being able to talk with people about these games after we play them. All right, I guess let's get started here then. So, the Star of Tokelau looks like a nautical jewel set with seashells and wood and the ocean. January 16th, 1930. Are all of these, I believe all of these cases are arranged chronologically. Okay, let's read if there are any new rules are set up. In Investigation 6, the Star of Tokelau, players will use requirements, which were introduced in Investigation 2. Review the rule as needed on page 20. That's just, we've got these cards. It just tells us, hey, you found requirement 9, and you keep it with you. And when you get to some paragraph, it might say, if you have found 9, then read X and Y, Z. Okay, Investigation Complexity. Armitage tells you, finally, a theft of valuable gem along with suspicious murders. This is a case for the classic sleuth to solve, and I believe this should be a rather straightforward investigation. Let's be done with this case by day 7 morning. So 3 turns per day. We've got 6, 18, 19 turns. Approximately, we take these, we play a little bit fast and loose with these if we need to. There is a time tracker for this game, which I have, but we don't use it. Instead, I use these printouts that someone made, which is really nice. You can track where you went each turn. I really wish more game designers would do this. If you've got this many turns, here they are. You just fill them out here. And you can see, you could also use this to keep track of what requirements you have, so you don't need to hold cards. Okay, let's read our introduction here. The Star of Tokelau, nice illustration. I like the style of these illustrations. Investigation 6, Arkham, Massachusetts, January 16th, 1930. There's a fog in the morning air and a chill that makes you pull your coat a little tighter as you make your way to Armitage's rooms at the university. "I'm glad you've arrived so quickly," he exclaims as he ushers you inside. While you remove your hat and coat, the old librarian pulls down a decrepit-looking tome from his heaving shelves. "I got 2 puzzles for you today. I assume you've had time to peruse the morning edition of the Advertiser I sent you? Good. Because that makes 3 suspicious disappearances this week alone. I simply cannot see how 3 elderly residents of our town can up and vanish overnight. All 3 are retirees without families or close associates to miss them. Perfect victims. I also cannot imagine that the timing of their disappearances is a mere coincidence. With the gala event taking place at the museum this week. This Star of Tokelau troubles me immensely. Even without the nonsense about the curse, there remains something odd about its history. I was talking with Inspector Garrison yesterday about the security, and he mentioned his constables having to chase a group of ne'er-do-wells away from the museum's service entrance. Pausing to fill his pipe, the old librarian flips open the dusty tome to a page with the heading Ritual Magics in a spidery crawl. Glancing at the unearthly symbols on the page makes you feel extremely nauseous, and you quickly avert your gaze. This is a translation from the 12th century Latin original. Its title roughly translates as Things of the Water, and it describes ritual sacrifices to monsters that live in the deep in return for baubles, such as this diamond. I don't believe the stories of a curse for 1 minute, but no smoke without fire, so to speak. I need you to look into these disappearances. Hopefully they're mundane, but one can never be too careful. Secondly, see what you can find out about this gem. Make sure there's nothing to the rumors and identify the men lurking around the stone. It would be foolhardy to assume that a gem of that value wouldn't attract the wrong kind of attention from certain quarters, supernatural or criminal. Okay, there's our case, and he mentions right from the start that he sent us over the paper. So And this is January 30th. January 30th, was it? January 16th. Okay, so this is our paper for January 16th. We should note that in general, most of what we'll need for this case will be in the paper from today, but there's always a possibility that a previous paper will have something of interest. Lately, we've been just skimming the paper and then coming back to it. So he mentions actually that there are some articles in today's paper of interest to us. Let me just check in with the chat. Do you know if this is one of the earlier cases for when it was more a fan case? I don't know. But we should actually pay attention to the authors of these cases because there's only a handful of them. If we look in the beginning, we'll see it's Hal Eccles and Will Kenyon are the two people credited with designing this set. And then this is made by Hal Eccles, who also made a bunch of the other cases. Okay. So let us look at the paper today. All right. January 16. What's wrong with my cubes? Okay. Thought for the day. Even the upper end of the river believes in the oceans. Oh, I've been not. I'm not sure why it's not picking it up. Okay, so let's see. Let's just scan through this. Chauffeur escapes and dash from cell. A chauffeur employed by Sanderson Chemical was arrested for the felonious assault yesterday afternoon on the complaint of a young woman escaped last night from his cell on the second story of the prison house. In the 5th Street prison, we've got international news. London Naval Conference, Bucharest, Romania, typhoid fever. We're just going to scan through these. We'll go through them in more detail later if any seem relevant. We've got an article about an advertisement about hypnotism. Dr. Brody this Saturday at the Witch House in French Hill, using live members of the audience. That sounds like we might want to stop by for that. Business of Arkham. Mayors asked all businesses and the more affluent of Arkham to do their part, place men into labor, 25% unemployment. Preliminary schedules of the 33rd Annual Exhibition of Flowers, Fruit, and Vegetables to be held in Independence Square this fall. That's not anything happening new. What about this? Policeman dead beside open gas jet. Patrolman Barton Johnson was found dead from gas poisoning this morning in the kitchen of his home at 78 Henry Street by his wife Lily, and he was sitting by the gas range with an unlighted jet open beside him. Suicide is suspected. War veteran missing. Veterans missing. Arkham's Veterans Association has appealed to the citizens of Arkham with regard to two of its members it's trying to reconnect with. Both Sergeant John Salter, retired, and Colonel Henry Benoit, retired, served in the 26th Infantry Division during the Great War in the Massachusetts Army National Guard. They've regularly attended events and weekly soup mornings for several years, but have not been seen for over a week. They were last seen together inside a merchant district business, purchasing items from Expedition. Any information welcome at the Miskatonic Valley Veterans Home. Merchant district business. Don't know what that's about. Okay, we've got a letter to the editor. Dear residents of Arkham, I take it upon myself to build awareness in our little community, announcing to all those in Arkham and elsewhere that there are charlatans and scoundrels nearby who are eager to part you from your money with false promises of wealth and power. To this I say no. I have great faith in our country that this economy will turn around, so please do not allow these charlatans to take your hard-earned money. Yes, I am publicly calling out the fraudster, Dr. Brody. That's our hypnotism guy. You cannot learn to control others using mental projection, but you can only influence this world in a positive manner by spreading goodwill. If anyone has questions on the matter, they can come talk with me directly. Professor Armitage, head librarian at Miskatonic University. So Armitage is not happy with the hypnotism guy. Another article about veterans. Ladies Auxiliary of the American Legion of Arkham met last Thursday with Mrs. Rosa Raboin, presiding in the absence of Mrs. Bemis. The reports show that food, clothing, rent, coal, and other necessities had been provided for unfortunate veterans and their families. I feel like that Rabouin should have a, probably has a pronunciation that I should know. Okay, here we go. Now we're going to our case. Cursed Diamond Centerpiece Exhibit. We've got a bunch of typos already in this paper. You can see what happens as the cases get further on. There's a tendency for them to get less attention. Arkham Museum curator, Mrs. Amanda Bellinger, has been quick to dispel rumors surrounding the purported curse attached to the centerpiece of the museum's latest exhibit. The Star of Tokelau was recently bequeathed with a number of items from the estate of eccentric Kingsport shipping magnate Berkeley Hollingsworth II. The impressive cut diamond, set in a serpentine golden-hued necklace, has a history of misfortune and notoriety. Keen to capitalize upon the public interest in the star, Bellinger and her staff have worked tirelessly to create a new exhibit hall devoted to the culture of the South Sea Islands. In addition to the star, several large stone carven heads, moi, have been loaned to the museum. The gala opening of the exhibit, set for Saturday, January 18th, will see Arkham's local dignitaries and members of esteemed academia in attendance. Okay, so we've got these stone carven heads. Let's not rule out the possibility that that's the real target of criminals. Suggests suspected bootleggers held in Arkham jail. After a heated fracas 3 days ago down at Arkham Docks, federal agents and Arkham police have detained 2 men. They're being held pending charges for suspected bootlegging and resisting arrest. Eyewitnesses described the men as surprised and protesting their innocence as they were placed under arrest. Bootlegging has affected all towns in the Northeast, and there has even been an increase of women convicted in the past 2 years. And there's another article on bootlegging. All jurors decline legal swig of bootleg. In Kingsport, a trial is underway wherein 12 good men out of 12 occupying a jury box in county court declined the privilege accorded to them by Judge George Furman of taking a legal swig of bootleg alcohol from a sample bottle seized in a cafe raid last week. The Kingsport judge said he then felt obliged to sample the contents of the jug himself, and recess followed. The case reconvened 3 days later, in which Judge Furman confirmed the contents of the jug to be bootleg alcohol. Okay, let's see. I guess we're going through the paper. Let's see. Women's blood tests for parrot disease. Blood tests were to be made today by the health department to determine whether Mrs. Margaret Kranz of Pikes Farm, Arkham, a patient in St. Joseph's Hospital, Bolton, is a victim of parrot fever or psittacosis. Never heard of it. Other birds, including chickens, are believed to carry the disease. Mrs. Krantz became ill after her 2 parrots died last December. Campus information. Classes resume for all students at Miskatonic University, although the library remains closed to the public until next week. I see. So we're not going to be able to go to the library. Magistrates Court for Arkham County. All complaints promptly investigated, bad accounts and checks collected, day and night service. Justice Almer C. Zimmerman, North Peabody Avenue, Arkham, Massachusetts, telephone 14. We've got some trades here. Leisure cruises along the Miskatonic, fishing trips to amuse all ages. Matthew McDermott's Boat Charter in Rivertown. Reasonable rates, operates all year round. Locks and fixtures made to measure. Craig's Locksmith for all your needs. And we've got a couple of announcements. 10 payment plan for $22.50 and up at Gleason's department store upstairs. Aunt Enid's Soup Morning. Each Saturday morning, Aunt Enid's holds special morning for our older customers. And Manway Theater closes its door for refurbishment program for 6 months. And lastly, we have Tunny recovering to live in Arkham. The condition of Gene Tunney, former heavyweight champion who was operated on Monday at St. Mary's Hospital, was reported to be completely satisfactory. It's understood that the former boxer's condition is still such that only his wife and his doctor, Dr. V. Sutton, are allowed to see him. It became known today that when Tunney leaves the hospital, he and his wife will occupy the vacant Lillibridge house in Uptown. Okay, so the only article that was clearly about the jewel was this one here. Told us who was running the exhibit, that they've got these stone carven heads on loan, and that the gala is going to open on January 18th in 2 days. And Jonathan is saying, so do we think the 3 missing persons are John Salter, Henry Benoit, and Mrs. Bemis are all tied to the Veterans Society? Yeah, so let's reread what Armitage was telling us. He says, I assume you've read the paper. That makes 3 suspicious disappearances this week alone. Timing can't be a coincidence with the gala event. So if we look at our paper again, let's find our 3 people. So we've got the war veterans, and we've got 2 war veterans. So we've got Sergeant John Salter, and then we've got Colonel Henry Benoit, who's retired. Okay, they served in the 26th Infantry, so they're not seamen, but we've got a couple of leads on them. They've regularly attended events and soup mornings. Okay, so we've got an article about early soup mornings in the paper. They haven't been seen for a week, which would put it at January 11th, approximately. Last seen inside Merchant District purchasing items for, I guess, for an expedition. And then we've got a contact. If you know anything, go to Miskatonic Valley Veterans Home. On campus, is that what it's telling us? Or the campus of Miskatonic Valley Veterans? And then they're in Merchant District. I guess shopping for an expedition. Okay, and then just to remind you, the veterans go for soup, and maybe the soup is for is maybe Aunt Enid has knows something about them. Okay, and then our other missing person was what? Who? Who was our other missing person? Mrs. Bemis. So Margaret Kranz is the one who got sick from the parrot. And then here was our other veteran. In the absence of Miss Bemis, this is what Jonathan was saying, is he thinks is our third missing person. They do seem all connected for veteran. Okay, she's from the American Legion. It wouldn't make sense. And then we've got a contact for her of Rosa Raboin. Those do seem like the three people that Armitage is probably saying are all connected. We've also got the chauffeur that escaped from his cell. Probably not related to our case, probably just another criminal. Are any of the other papers within a week of this one? That's a good question, since our veterans weren't seen for a week. Okay, so let's take a look at our previous papers. So today is January 16th, 1930. The previous one is October 1929. That's the most recent, so several months ago. Then we've got a September, August and September, June and August. So the last newspaper before this was November, December, 2 months ago, 3 months ago. We might just quickly scan it here. Let's take a quick look to see if there's anything relevant for us 3 months ago. Caution for Halloween, fortune teller, creature seen in the water. These are the, what are they called? The water creatures in H.P. Lovecraft. No, I can't remember their name. Okay, the zoo. Snakes were killed. That was our previous case. Another article on the locksmith. No articles on veterans. Don't see anything. The deep ones, yes. Okay, I don't see anything. I don't see anything that looks like it's relevant for our case in October's newspaper. So this seems like we're it here. Okay, so, and if we're also making notes on the newspaper, this one is clearly focused on our entire case. So let's just take another quick look at it. So those are our missing people. And then the necklace, we have Amanda Bellinger. She's running it, running the exhibit. And then it was bequeathed from someone named Berkeley Hollingsworth. shipping magnate. Has a history of misfortune and notoriety, but they don't tell us about what the history of misfortune and notoriety is. That might be something we talk to one of our informants about. They're pairing it with the South Sea Islands stone carved heads called moi. Okay. All right, let's put the rest of these newspapers away. We can always access them later. Doesn't seem like we're going to need them. Maybe we'll start by looking up some of these people and get contact information from them, from their families. So John Salter, let's see if we can find some of these people. Okay, well, there's a John Salter, D46. So I'm just going to write down addresses for people, and then we can go remember to check them out. Okay, Henry Benoit. It's like U33. Then we have Aunt Enid's where there's the soup. She's not in our white pages under Aunt. Is she under Enid? She's not under Enid. Would she be on Aunt Enid's soup? Might she be in the yellow pages under what? What would she be under? Charitable organizations. Diners, there it is. Aunt Enid's Diner, N33. Okay. And what about the Miskatonic Valley Veterans Home? Here, Miskatonic Valley Veterans Home. It's listed under charitable organizations. That's the people that want you to report if you have news of them. And then Miss Bemis at the American Legion. Let's see. No American Legion here. Let's look up Bemis. Lots of promising leads today. Seems like the case was set up as a traditional detective case from the setup, but who knows whether that will stay true. Okay, Miss Bemis, we don't know her first name. There's a Bemis, F47. But I sure would like to find the American Legion. And I don't see it. It's not in the white pages. Let's look at this again. The Ladies Auxiliary of the American Legion. Wonder if that would be under Ladies Auxiliary. Not under white pages. Would it be under charitable boarding houses? I suppose we could stop by her house, and if she's not there, we can look later. Clubs, how about clubs? Nope. Clubs is where you would think it would be. Okay. So no ladies auxiliary. And then as far as the exhibit woman, Fluffy Bunny says, check the merchant district if you can find a store that sells expedition equipment. That's a very good idea. First of all, where is the merchant district? Where do we think the merchant district is? Let's look at our yellow pages again. Let's look for stores. We've got lumber contractor, no. Private companies. Stores. Let's just quickly look here. See if we see anything that looks promising. James Brown's Hardware. Boat and bait. Well, the closest one I see is the hardware. Doesn't look very promising. Hopefully, if we track them down, someone will know where they went. Where did I see that, though? Hardware. No travel shop. Okay, where was the other? Was there another place we were thinking of finding? Yes, Amanda Bellinger, Berkeley Hollingsworth, the person who donated it. So let's see if we can find Bellinger, who's running the exhibit. Bellinger. There's our Bellinger, N67. Okay, and then Hollingsworth, who donated this jewel. Let's see if he's got an entry. No entry for Hollingsworth. The shipping magnate. I don't suppose he's got his own company in shipping. All right, well, that's enough to start out with. And where is this exhibit? Saturday. The gala opening of the exhibit doesn't say where. Oh, Arkham Museum curator. So let's just get our museum as well. Okay. I don't see Arkham Museum. Neither in the white pages or in local culture. Well, seems odd, but maybe we'll just go to her house and we'll take it from there. All right, well, we've got some good leads to start us out with. Jonathan Warner says, one piece of flavor I like in the directory is a listing of abandoned churches. Yes, I saw that. All right, so let's, once more, before we get started here, let's take a look at what Armitage charges us to do. He says, you've checked the paper, you've seen 3 disappearances, 3 elderly residences. Elderly residents. I assume he knows that Bemis is elderly. And he's talking with Inspector Garrison about security. The gala at the museum. Surely this museum is relevant for us. What museum is it? Should be under culture, right? Gallery. It's not the Wax Museum. At the University Museum? I feel like we should know where that museum is. Arkham Museum. Is it that one of our allies is at the museum? Let me see. I feel like it's odd that we're not knowing where the museum is. We did look, we did find the curator's house, yes. I just don't know why we can't find the museum. All right, well, I'm going to put a big note here, museum, so that we don't forget to try to find it. Maybe we're just overlooking it. The directory did say M is Merchant District, yes. So if you're curious here, we've got campus, downtown, East Town, French Hill, Lower South Side, Merchant District. So M is Merchant District, which is consistent with our idea that they were in the Brown's Hardware in M51. Okay, and then Armitage also mentioned that he's talking with Garrison, our police detective, so that might be a place to go. Museum service entrance. So he might know a little bit more about that. Then he gets down the tome about ritual magic. Okay. He says he doesn't believe the curse. Want you to look into the disappearances and find out about the gem. Okay. And then there's a little picture here of something that we don't know what it's related to. All right. Well, lots of places to start. Any ideas where you'd like to go visit first? It seems maybe our best angle for this is to find those two men. What were they up to? They seem to be preparing for an expedition we don't know anything about. So maybe we knock on the doors of their houses, see if we can catch wind to what they were preparing for. We got 3 missing people. Maybe we try to track them down. Let's do that. Let's start at the top with John Salter's family. See if we can't get some stumble onto them. Okay, D46 was John Salter. You easily find the small apartment overlooking the let's see, we've got a comment. Jonathan says, do you want to take a break first? Sure. Okay, let's take a break. We'll take a break before we get started. Jonathan reminds me that what I normally say at this time is that you can only play these games once. So if this seems like a case you're interested in, if a system you're interested in, and this is new to you, you could stop watching now, try to pick up a copy of this yourself and play through it, then come watch the video after you finish. You might have a bit of a hard time getting hold of this, but eBay is normally the best place to buy these things. If you can't find it on eBay, sometimes on Board Game Geek, there's a marketplace. If you go to Every Games page, there's a listing of people offering it for sale. We'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll try to find our missing people. I'll see you then. Okay, we're back. Normally we attack these cases in sort of the order that we would if we were a detective, like, oh, you visit the missing families, relatives, whatever, but we're going to do things a little differently for this case. The channel has got an inkling, a desire to be a little bit more run on our hunches, on our gut. So we're going to go to the soup place. We'll get some early morning soup. We'll talk to them. We'll see if anyone knows our missing people. So the idea, well, we went to our first place, didn't we? We should write it. Wait, did we? No. I started to read it, and then Jonathan said, don't do it. Okay, take a break first. All right, so instead, we're going to go to the soup kitchen, Aunt Enid's soup kitchen, N33. You'll remember that was a place mentioned in the newspaper. We're told that that's where the old guys hung out. So N33, right there. N33. Oops. There we are. N33. So we're going to talk to Aunt Enid's soup kitchen, see if she's seen these people, knows anything. Maybe we're going to find someone who knew them there. Okay, here we go. Aunt Enid's Cafe is a modern, gleaming establishment that has a counter service rather than the usual waitresses taking the orders at tables. Let's move this up here. In fact, the whole establishment is geared towards the customer on the go, and the menu seems to consist of hearty meals served in large portions with crisp white crockery. If you have arrived at this location during the morning of day 3, proceed to the supplemental encounters and read entry 12. So if you come here on a specific time, maybe we should write this down. We may want to come back here. So the supplementary encounters, you never know what you're going to find. That's just all stuff that doesn't belong at a specific location. So soup kitchen, morning, day 3, read supplemental 12. I should say the errata for this case all seems to involve supplementals. Let me just see what, let me just quickly skim through without showing it to you. Okay, so if we get something that says read a supplemental and it doesn't make sense, we'll check the errata. Okay, but we're here before then, so we can keep reading. The cafe is moderately busy, and you sit down at the curved counter and enjoy a steaming cup of joe. Many of the patrons seem to be rail commuters, pausing to take a meal before their journey. You're able to chat briefly with the server and ask if he knows anything about the missing residents. I'm not sure if they come to our soup mornings, to be honest, but we get extra volunteer staff helping us out on those days, so they might know more. We hold them on Saturday mornings. If you'd like to come along, they're open to everyone, not just the old. So it sounds like what he's saying is we should come back here on the day 3 in the morning, and that's when the special extra volunteer staff come on our soup morning. Should we have known that? Where's our paper? Aunt Enid's soup. We should have known that. Aunt Enid's soup morning each Saturday morning, and it's Thursday today. So I guess we should have known to come back on Saturday morning. We were a little if we had paid attention to that, we might have known to come there on Saturday. But on the other hand, it's good we went there now because we won't miss it. Jonathan says, could the fact that they're commuters be relevant? I don't think so. What they're saying is that this is some diner, and then on Saturday mornings, they're open to the elderly for free soup. So that's when our people would show up, not the normal clientele of this restaurant. All right, so before we pick the next place to go, I think we would be wise to look at the list of our allies and see which of these we want to go to sooner rather than later. So Garrison is the police officer that already got mentioned. Pascal Fenton, he may know about the curse of the Tokelau, so I'm very interested to hear from him. But then we've got other people. Family history, that could tell us about the guy who bequeathed the jewel, because we can't find him in the directory, but he must be some famous rich person. We don't really have any forensic evidence. We don't really have an informant in the criminal world, although I guess it might, that seems like something we go to after we get some information. The Arkham Advertiser, that's our newspaper, so he might know a little bit more about the missing people. No. Armitage, we are told the library is closed down, but we could go to his home. Sanitarium doesn't seem like we have much of a reason to go there. Cabs, no reason to go there yet. Order of Silver Twilight, they're not happy with us from our last case, so probably not. Folklore, so that would be another place we might learn more about the Tokelau diamond. Speakeasy, no. Birth, marriage, death, no. Trauma surgeon, no. Okay, so from here, it seems like our good candidate places might be the reporter, the family history expert, Pascal, Garrison, folklore person. I guess I'm interested in the diamond curse more than I am in the missing people. So I guess I'd be inclined to get a handle on what this diamond thing is all about first. We could get that information from the woman running the exhibit, but maybe Leonore Robinson, well-versed in folklore. As I've said in the channel, because it takes too long for me to ask a question and get a reply, if you have places you want to go, you just shout them out in the channel. Even if this is your first time visiting to the channel, that's fine. All right, but barring someplace else telling me where they want to go, I think I want to see this. Which one is more likely to have more information about the diamond? The occultist and the spiritualist, about the ritual magic? He almost always has good information from us. Or this is expert of Miskatonic Valley and well-versed in folklore. I guess we're going to go to Fenton Pascal. I'll tell you why, another reason to go to Fenton Pascal. We know one of these cases involves him, so we should spend some time getting to know him. Let's go to Fenton Pascal, see if he can tell us more about this. And he's also Armitage's nemesis. So I think we're going to go to L4 and talk to Fenton Pascal. I'm hoping he can give us some background. Normally we try to avoid the allies in the beginning of the game for fear it gives too much away, but this is we're playing this game backwards. We're doing this game experimentally. So let's see if Fenton Pascal has anything for us. The occultist, Pascal Fenton, looks smug at the knowledge that once again you have had to resort to calling upon him for assistance with a case. He doesn't invite you to sit, but instead he rises to greet you. So, what brings Armitage's protege to disturb my communion with the higher plane? You explain about the disappearances and a possible occult connection to the star of Tokelau. I'm afraid I can't help you. Well, I could, but I don't have the time to lecture you on the creatures of the benighted deep and their connection with decadent, decayed Innsmouth. Those who have devoted themselves to its resurrection call themselves the Innsmouth Connection. Suffice it to say, the stone and its setting are plainly crafted in the style of those connected with the shadow fell over that town and its unfortunate people. How about you become my student? Have you not learned enough from that old man? Then you would have this knowledge already from my beating it into you. Before you can insult him, he rings a small bell and his strange Indonesian butler escorts you to the door in silence. So we definitely have a connection with the Deep Ones and Innsmouth. We might want to check our paper for the previous article about that stuff. So he tells us about the group. They're called the Innsmouth Connection. And the diamond is clearly related to Innsmouth. Okay, so we're dealing with Innsmouth and the thing. Should we, where's our, let's take a look at this for a second. And this is on the Board Game Geek section for Mythos Tales. It's someone who's prepared a little summary of some of the lore of Lovecraft. And let's see. Innsmouth is the seaport town in Massachusetts, founded in 1643, noted for shipbuilding before the American Revolution. And let's see, manuscripts. And then where's our creatures? Here. Okay, let's read this for those of us like me who aren't deeply familiar. The Deep Ones are an ocean-dwelling race, as evidenced by their name, with affinity for mating with humans. They entered a contract with the people of Innsmouth to keep the fish plentiful in their area. They also seem to have a supply of gold artifacts of unearthly design. The Deep Ones worship Father Dagon and his consort Mother Hydra. The Deep Ones are humanoid beings with fish, human, and amphibian-like traits. They're described as having grayish-green, glossy, and slippery skin with white stomachs. They have scaled rigid backs, as well as webbed hands and gilled necks. Notably, they have a head similar to that of a fish, with eyes incapable of blinking. They move about in inhuman fashion by hopping oddly and occasionally move on all fours. Robert Olmsted describes them as having abhorrent, croaking voices that spoke a language other than English. Their form was so hard that their mere appearance caused Robert to lose consciousness for a while. All hybrids are shown coming from a female Deep One and a male human. It's a safety measure, based on the fact that both of those possess the limiting growth gene of their own species. Otherwise, the child would become much larger. It is similar to a liger, a hybrid born from a male lion and a female tigress who never stop growing until their maturity. Okay. Here's our, I have some little creatures. Okay, so connection with Innsmouth. And I know we do have Innsmouth. So on the paper for the previous paper, several months ago, there is this article about Innsmouth. More creature sightings. Dr. Dyer of Miskatonic University Biology Department has his own theory. He doesn't believe in it. Okay. We should note that there is someone with an article here about trips along the Miskatonic. Matthew McDermott's boat charter. I mean, it's possible that they were planning to charter a boat with this guy if they were planning an expedition of some sort. We didn't learn about the curse, though. I would have liked to hear about the curse. Let me put this out for a second here. Take this off so I can get something. I'll be right back. You guys can read the paper. So I believe these are our deep ones right here. Maybe we'll get them out to inspire us. All right. Put it back. All right, where should we go next? Maybe I'll put them over here. I still want to know more about that. How about we talk to the woman who's running the exhibit? I want to find someone who could tell us about the curse. How about... all right, so since no one's making any suggestions, I'm just going to go to track down the woman who's running the exhibit. It says Cursed Diamond, centerpiece of exhibit, so maybe she knows about the curse. She's trying to dispel rumors, so she must know what the rumors are. Let's talk to her. Amanda Bellinger. Yes, please tell us what these rumors are that you're so convinced are not true. N67, we'll go visit her in the evening. Okay. N67. Maybe she lives near the museum and we can get a handle on where this museum is. N67. Right up there. Maybe we'll put a little marker when we go visit a place. Okay, there's our N67. A worried housekeeper opens the door, broom in hand. You tell her that Mrs. Bellinger sent you over from the museum. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. No, she did not send us over from the museum. Okay, so a little bit of a bug in the game. It clearly wanted us to go to the museum first before visiting her at her home. Unless we're lying to this woman. Could we be lying? Sounds like it wanted us to go to the museum first. Surely we wouldn't just walk into this woman's house and try to collect her papers. All right, we got to find the museum. Where is it, for real? Seems like our intuition that we would be able to find this museum was correct. We just gave up too soon. All right, let's find it together in the directory. Surely it's not the wax. There it is, University Exhibit Museum, C24. This is one of these things where they've changed the name during development. So instead of going to Bellinger's house, we're going to go to the University Exhibit Museum at C24. So in the newspaper, it's called Arkham Museum. Here in the directory, it's listed as University Exhibit Museum. We were right to look for it under culture. It's just we weren't as thorough as we needed to be. Okay, C24. Well, we knew that we had to be able to find that museum. All right, here we go, C24. Let me mark where it is. We'll be going to our house soon enough, it seems. So there's our museum. Okay, C24. You walk along West College Street, the fog still suffocating the town. You hear the muffled chime of the Copley Memorial Bell Tower as you push through the doors of the University Exhibit Museum. A policeman moves to check your arrival, but it's one of Garrison's men. When he recognizes you, he nods cordially and returns to his guard position. If you have arrived at this location on the evening of day 3, please proceed to supplemental encounters. This sounds like that's going to be the actual gala that we could go to. So day 3 evening is the gala at museum. I think it's going to be the gala. Maybe we should mark those special occasions here in our thing. So I'm going to say evening is the gala. And then the morning is the soup kitchen. so we won't forget. So it sounds like day 3 is going to be, which is not tomorrow, the next day is going to be a busy day for us. Okay, so if we have the things, we do that. Otherwise, we continue. The museum's quiet and still, like the fogged world outside its walls, though the slight odor of rancid seaweed has found its way inside. You're not sure whether you will be welcome, so you cautiously pick your way between cases containing dead-eyed animals as you make your way through the new exhibit hall. Through the gloom, the drapes are pulled over the windows and hardly any of the electric bulbs are lit. You can make out 3 enormous Moi heads. You carefully step over a heavy rope barrier and, hearing a floorboard creak, you dart into a darkened alcove and watch. A woman, blonde, tall, immaculately dressed, is in the room ahead of you. Something about her furtive movements leads you to conclude to continue watching from the shadows as she moves to a display case. She casts about, making sure she is alone, then quickly reaches inside one of the cabinets and places a small object from it into her bag. A call from further into the exhibit hall causes her to freeze. "Miss Bellinger, are you in here?" Snapping the case closed, she straightens up, checks her hair is in place, and wheels away from the case. "Robbins, is that you?" She marches aggressively out of sight, her heels clicking like gunshots. Her voice carries from the far end of the exhibit hall. "I don't care what Ingram says. I'm telling you the details of the curse stay on the display. I don't care if the library has lost the book. Make something up. Now go and put it back." You hear the staccato heels move off down a corridor. Keeping to the shadows, you make your way past tall cabinets containing treasures and artifacts from the Pacific. The case that Bellinger had stopped at seems to contain small, intricately carved statues of grotesque marine beasts. It looks as though the remaining statues have been quickly repositioned, so it is impossible to spot if any are missing. You hear a rustling and spot the man, Robbins, reattaching an information plate to the plinth of a large freestanding display case. He finishes what he's doing and raises the dust sheet. You cannot get a good view of the contents of the case, but you watch in fascination as he goes very still and places his hand on the glass of the case. His tongue slides across his lip. He's lost for a moment in his own thoughts. Then he drops the cover back in place and walks away, leaving the hall. Quietly, you creep over to the case and raise the dust sheet. Inside, squatting on a velvet cushion, lies the Star of Tokelau. It's a huge cut diamond, noted for its bluish hue, the size and shape of a bird's egg. Even unlit in the dark, it literally makes you gasp at its unearthly splendor, seeming to glow with a light of its own. The star is clasped at the base of a large necklace into which are set many other tiny gems. The serpentine necklace seems to be predominantly gold, though the light color hints at some strange and beautiful alloy. You carefully return the cover and begin to read the newly affixed plate. Star of Tokelau. The oval cut diamond weighing 216.2 carats, the reverse engraved with an unknown script, dated circa 1200 AD, each side drilled for clasps. Bequeathed from the estate of the late Berkeley Hollingsworth II. Originally thought to have formed part of a pirate hoard recovered by Massachusetts sailors in the mid-1800s and considered cursed. The star is purported to lay a curse on its owner. ... A firm hand on your shoulder startles you, and you wheel around to be confronted with a hulking, hairy man reeking of seawater. His identification badge names him Mr. McSweeney, assistant curator, and he is furious. "This area of the museum's restricted. What do you think you're doing?" You apologize and try to concoct a quick excuse, but he doesn't buy it. "Trying to take what is not yours. Maybe our lawyers will handle trespassers as well as inheritances." He hauls you to a policeman, and you are forced to undergo the indignity of having to turn out your pockets to prove you have not helped yourself to any of the artifacts. Well, that was a long, interesting entry. So, what have we got here? First of all, we're teased as to the nature of the curse, but we're not told it. So it's going to be harder than we expected to find out what the curse does. But it is a curse that is laid on the owner. And our Mr. Hollingsworth was the previous owner. He's dead now, and he bequeathed it. It'd be nice to talk to his family or hear from his family. This was a big, giant entry, though. Very interesting. So C24 Museum has lots of text in here. Fascinating, very fun scene. Okay, and here we have more tie-in to the deep ones. Remember, the deep ones like their gold. I think these are the deep ones. They're either the deep ones or they work for the deep ones. These are little figures from Mansions of Madness that I painted. So we've got this guy, McSweeney, who smells of sea. He's the assistant curator. And then we got this long entry here. So we can come back to the gala. But let's see if we back up. So it's dark. They're not open yet. We sneak in. We hear someone walking, so we hide. And we catch Miss Bellinger. Well, she's blonde for whatever reason. She takes something small. Into her purse. We don't know what it is. We're told that when we go and look in the cabinet that the stones have been rearranged, so we don't know if she took one. And then she says, "Robbins, is that you?" So we don't know who Robbins is. And then, "Robbins, is that you?" And then she says, "I don't care what Ingram says." It sounds like Ingram might be more suspicious, more worried about this plaque that describes the curse. She wants it on there, though. I don't care if the library has lost the book. What book has the library lost? That seems interesting. Why is that relevant for us? I don't care what Ingram says. The details stay on the display. I don't care if the library has lost the book. Make something up. Oh, make something up. In other words, she doesn't know what the curse is. She doesn't know what the real curse is. And she's saying, I want a plaque on there, so make up what the curse is. DJ Moneycut says, wasn't it implied that she took the placard explaining the curse? No, I don't think that's right. Quickly reaches inside one of the cabinets, places a small object from the bag. So she's taken an object from the bag, and she's saying the details of the curse need to be on the display that you've removed, even though you can't find the book that says what the curse is. I want you to make something up and put it there. Now here he is. Now here's us talking about why we're not sure if she took a statue. We go visit the case later. We see the small, intricately carved statues of grotesque marine beasts. The remaining statues have been repositioned, so it's impossible to spot if any are missing. So it sounds like she stole a small creature statue, but we don't know which one. Or she could have stolen something else, but probably she stole a little deep one statue. Then this guy comes back and he finally puts back the plaque. And then he has this very scary reaction. His tongue slides across his lips. He's lost for a moment. Oh, and this is Robbins, who we don't know who that is, the assistant. And then he has a moment where he's sort of been entranced by this display. Very creepy. It's the diamond that he's looking at, maybe. Yes, it's the diamond that's making him have this reaction. Mostly gold, which is what the deep one's like. And then we read the newly affixed plaque, which I think now the way we read it is that they've made up what the curse is. So we don't really know what the real curse is. And then we've got Miss Sweeney. So we learned of 3 people. Let's see. We learned of Bellinger, McSweeney, who's the security guard. We also learned of Robbins, who's the assistant helping her build the case, and someone named Ingram, who's talking about Ingram says something about like the library lost the book, so I don't know what the real curse says. John says, I know the library is close to the public, but since we're Armitage's student, maybe they would let us in and talk to us about it. Or we could visit Armitage at his home. Let's read what it says about the library being closed. It says, classes resume. The library remains closed to the public until next week. I'll tell you my gut. My gut suspicion is that the game author doesn't want us to ever find out the true curse. Now, what's interesting though is that when we read Bellinger's home thing, it sounded like she sent us to get papers. But now, having read the museum entry, there is nothing about being sent to get papers. It sounds like we went there on our own and made something up, or is it from when we go back there at the gala, she tells us? So we've finished day one with our 3 places we went. We've got another day and then come the event. So there's the gala in the evening, there's the soup kitchen. So if there's stuff we want to do before the gala, now is the day to do it. Any thoughts on where you want to go now? I mean, can we find Robbins and Ingram? Let's see if the directory has any hints about Robbins or Ingram. Okay, so we've got 2 entries for Robbins. What about Ingram? There's an Innsmouth bus. That's interesting. No entry on our Ingram, but I guess Ingram is probably someone at the library. Who's our connection with the library? Amelia Sargent, librarian, has access to the restricted section. Well, Robbins. I'm not sure Robbins is going to be very helpful to us, especially since we'd have to go to 2 places to find him. And I'm going to write him down in case we want to visit him. N73 and N44. Neither near the museum. So we may want to go back to Bellinger's house, but maybe we should wait until the gala in case that's where she sends us there. Oh, and McSweeney, yes, McSweeney. Okay, well, there's McSweeney, F63. Now, he's the security guard who smells of seaweed, which is suspicious. Not the security guard, but the assistant person, but he doesn't seem friendly to us, so I don't think he's going to be telling us any information. I'm sort of interested in tracking down family history for Hollingsworth. He doesn't have a family in the... hold on a second. I passed over this too quickly. Where's our person who handles wills and stuff? Marriage, death, and building documents. I wonder if Nicholas Stoltenstall would have information about the bequeathing of the diamond. I guess that's not likely to be too useful. Maybe the family history expert, Dorothy Davis, would know about it. Sort of curious to see if we can't find more about this curse, especially now that we're told that, like, the curse that's on the plaque is not real. What about that Innsmouth Society? I guess we don't have a contact for them, right? Let me just look up. Just the Innsmouth bus. I wonder if it's possible that Hollingsworth was in a previous newspaper. So Innsmouth, we have a professor at the university that knows a little bit about Innsmouth and the deep ones, although he doesn't believe it. Well, does the chat have any theories about where you'd like to go next? Remove this one. We didn't, just remember, we haven't visited Bellinger's house yet. I guess I would be inclined to try to either track down the library to see if they'll let us in, or get information on family history of Bellingsworth or of Hollingsworth. Or maybe it's time we switch over to our missing persons for a bit. I feel like the library is going to be closed. Jonathan Warner says the Innsmouth bus might be interesting just as a long shot to see if there's been a lot of people coming and going. I mean, you could say that that's going to be our, we've been trying this case as an experimental one. Should we just try the Innsmouth bus? All right, let's try the Innsmouth bus for fun. If there's no entry there, then we won't even hold it against us. Innsmouth bus is D3. Okay, just for fun, let's go to the Innsmouth bus, although it seems like that's a real long shot. If we do get something, it may... Okay, there's no entry for D3. So that doesn't count against us. All right. The library remains closed to the public. I mean, surely that being in the paper tells us that we shouldn't go there. All right, we said we're gonna do this a little bit differently, so I think it's time to visit Garrison, the police detective. We didn't visit him last time. It seems like he might have a handle on that. Jonathan says, I think maybe we can't go to the library till Monday. Oh, until next week. Closed until next week. That's a great idea, Jonathan. So I'm going to put a note on Monday that we should try visiting the library. Okay, so we'll put off worrying about the book and the library until Monday. That's interesting. Is that a common theme in this case? Lots of hints about efficiently going to a place at the right time. Very interesting. Okay, I want to go to Garrison and see what he has to say. So I'm going to say that we go to Garrison. I want to see what he's learned about these missing people, if he's heard anything about anything. Okay. Inspector Garrison is in his office studying a plan of the University Exhibit Museum. He looks up and smiles warmly at you. Armitage got you out on the streets again? Anything I should know about? You explain you're looking into the disappearances suggested by the paper, and he shrugs. I think the professor must be bored. No one's reported them missing, and the morgue is empty for now, so not much I can do. He gestures at the plan. Besides, I got my hands full policing this blasted gala event. It's making a serious dent in my manpower, I won't lie to you. That's not enough. I've got this dang treasury agent, Weedham, sniffing around and getting himself into mischief. His normally professional solemnity suddenly cracks into a huge grin. Mickey Tull did have to take on a couple of toughs down at the dock. He accused them of bootlegging as they stepped off their rowboat, and they weren't too happy. They got a few licks in before Mickey managed to clap the bracelets on them. No evidence they've done anything wrong, mind you. Apart from giving a federal man a going over. I might be able to hold them for a couple of days, but if Weedham doesn't find anything incriminating, I'll have to turn them loose. He'll not find much evidence of bootlegging down at the chemical plant anyhow. You ask about the group the police had to chase away from the museum, but it seems that Armitage has got the wrong end of the stick. The youths they had to chase away were just hoping to catch a glimpse of the new, and by all accounts, very attractive museum secretary. If you have requirement card 1, proceed to the requirements section on page 122. Well, that's unfortunate. Wants requirement 1. And let me just mark down that we went to see Garrison. So maybe we saw him prematurely. Okay, so the youths wanted to see the attractive secretary. We don't know who that is, or that's Bellinger. And then, what else does he say? Jonathan says, sounds like maybe we need to help Weedham now if we want his story. A couple days the men he arrested will be released. Yeah. So, let's see here. Let's read this again. Okay, he says he's got his hands full with the gala events, and then he says, Weedham, treasury agent. Is he looking for bootlegging? Is that what the treasury agent does? And then he says, on a separate matter, Mickey Tull and the toughs at the dock, they stepped off a rowboat. They tried to beat him up and he arrested them. So Mickey Tull is a federal cop, it sounds like. Different from our treasury guy. But Weedham is looking for incriminating evidence. And then he says he'll not find much evidence of bootlegging down at the chemical plant. So it sounds like he's saying that that's where he caught them coming off the rowboat. And that's where he might be now. So let's look up here. Coming off a rowboat, so you would expect it's someplace along the river. Sanderson's chemical supply is E6. Right here. Is that what's happening? If these people come off a rowboat, he thinks they're bootlegging, but they're really part of this Innsmouth group. I think we should go to this chemical factory. I think that's where he is, and he thinks they're up to something no good there. But why is he at the chemical factory if he caught him coming off a rowboat? Well, we're doing this game in the wrong order. So, what do you think? What do you think about that? Going to the chemical factory. If you wanted to look up Weedham directly, is he in the directory? He does have an entry in the directory. F58. But the chemical plant seems like it's E6. I'm tempted to go. I think we should go straight to the chemical place. If there's no entry, we won't penalize ourselves. Let's see. Garrison mentions it that that's where he is. I think it's worth trying to go there. Okay, well, there is an entry for it. Let's see what we get. Easttown District, E6. Two things immediately strike you about Sanderson's chemical supply. First, its rundown condition, and second, the unholy sulfurous smell that hangs over the area. A thin, dark-suited man approaches you from the direction of the plant and looks you up and down suspiciously. I sincerely hope you are not following a federal officer as he goes about his business. You hastily explain that you're on an errand for a friend and not here connected with any federal matter. Before he can press you further, he's distracted by a man hailing him from the plant, and they head to a small site office, conversing furiously. Cannot resist peeking inside the car before you leave. Several official government papers have the name of Treasury Agent Weedham printed on them, but your eye is caught by part of a handwritten letter that peeks out from underneath the pile of paperwork. My dear son William, if you should receive this letter, then I am likely to be dead. Know that ... The letter is dated from a month ago, but you cannot read any more. Deciding you have enough of a mystery on your hands already, you decide to leave it in the hands of the Treasury agent. What? What is this all about? What's happening here? All right, well, we went to E6 and got a very weird thing. He's talking to the chemical guy furiously about something, sulfur, and then we see this letter, and then it says, we decide to leave it in the hands, which seems like it's the game telling us stop. I mean, we can visit Weedham's home, but this seems to be telling us don't, right? Jonathan says, have we found like a meta case, like a case about a future case? I wonder. I'm not sure what to do with that information, but I am going to mark it on our map that we went there. Well, I was right that that's where we found him, but I can't do anything about it. We could try to talk to Mickey. Do we have Mickey Tull? Can we talk to him about the... Well, why do we want to talk to Mickey? First of all, Mickey Tull's not in here. People that got arrested are in the jail. Is there a jail for us to visit them at? There is a jail. Should we go down to the jail and see if we can talk to these people that were found in the rowboat? See what they say? Well, it's time for us to take a break. Let's take a break, come back. You give some thought to where you want to go next, and I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back from break. Only 4 viewers in the channel. That's okay. We were talking about that last scene, and Monica said something interesting. Let's go take a look at it again, E6. So we found this note. Let's see this. In the chemical factory, we're tracking the detective, federal agent Weedham. He gets called over by a guy from the plant. They go into the small side office, and we look in the detective's car while the federal agent's in the office. We see government papers with his name, and then we see a handwritten letter that peeks out from underneath. My dear son, William, if you should receive this letter, I'm likely dead. Know that, ... It's dated from a month ago. And then it said, you decide you have enough of a mystery on your hands already. You decide to leave it in the hands of the Treasury agent. So this seems like the game is telling us stop trying to track this down, otherwise you're going to run out of time. Jonathan says maybe it's a bonus case, something like that, a little side case. What's interesting is that this is one of these things where Jonathan's talking about side cases. This is one of these things where sometimes you gloss over something, you make an assumption, because when I read that, I just read it as this is Weedham's paperwork. I mean, Weedham's note, that we're looking at William Weedham and that his mother he's got this letter and now he's on this case. Maybe it's related, maybe not. DJ Monica was saying, hey, maybe this is a letter that Weedham found at the chemical factory. So should we look for William Sanderson? And it didn't even occur to me that this wasn't Weedham's letter. But now that you mention it, I think there's a third possibility. The third possibility is that this is a note that Weedham has found on one of the people that he caught getting out of the boat. So one question is whether the game is telling us stop trying to track this down. The second question is, who is this letter to? So, but we have one way we can look at DJ's idea. Is there a William Sanderson? We could also look up Weedham and see what his first name is. Let's do that first. So there is a Weedham, and actually it is a W. Weedham. So now I think it's fairly certain that this is a note from Federal Agent Weedham's mother to Agent Weedham. And that we've got a little letter from Weedham's mother. Maybe she's telling him, you should know that I've hidden something in the chemical factory or something, and that's why he's down there. Or I wonder if she died from some chemical and she's like, I'm likely dead. It was the talcum powder I bought at this factory, and now he's on a mission to solve that. So let's consider this a side case. I think maybe he's hunting down something for his mother's last wishes. And he's ran into people at the boat, but we're still interested in maritime boat people. So I think we're going to go to the jail. We may return to William's house at some time in the future. But for now, let's go to the jail and see if we can talk to these people that he arrested getting out of a rowboat, thinking they were bootlegging, but didn't find any alcohol on them. And Jonathan had a great point. It seems like in this case, there's lots of time issues. And Jonathan was saying, we should go to the jail because Garrison told us, hey, I can only hold these guys for a couple days. because they don't have evidence against them. So Jonathan's like, if we wait too long to go to the jail, they may be set free. So let's go to the jail and talk to them. I'm a little worried they're going to get out too and be at the gala, but that's why all the better that we recognize them, so that if we see them at the gala. Remember, there's this gala. I'm afraid someone's going to steal something from the gala. So if there's anyone we're suspicious of, I'd like to get eyes on them before the gala so we recognize them. Okay, where's our government? Okay, courthouse and jail is at D10. Let's see if there's an entry for D10. There is no entry for D10. So, excuse me for a second. So, we couldn't see them we couldn't find them at the jail. That's unfortunate. I want to remind us of this rule that we are ignoring because we dislike it so much. And I think we have good reason to ignore it. Each time players move to a location, you must advance the time tracker, even if you've revisited. Players advance the time tracker even if they discover there is no corresponding printed coordinate in the book for the selected location. Takes time to travel to location even if there is nothing of importance here. I would say this is the most controversial of all the options for time advancing in any of these games. Even Bureau of Investigation didn't do that. And I think we should ignore that. It just seems like that's the designer's, well, I guess you can't say it that way. If the designer could put an entry in there that said nothing happened, how would we feel any different? But I don't like doing that, so I'm not going to advance our time on that. John says, can we double check there's no Mickey Tull in the directory? Sure. Okay, so there's our directory. No Mickey Tull. Weird, huh? Where is the guy renting boat? McDermott's boat charter in Rivertown. So let's see. I just stumbled across a name in the directory that sounds familiar. Why does this name sound familiar? Raboin. I know why. Mrs. Rosa Raboin, presiding in absence. She might know what happened to Bellinger. We did not write her down. Oh, we did. We did write Rosa Raboin, but we didn't look her up. L30. All right, so if we want to talk to the woman who took over for our missing Bellinger woman, not Bellinger, our missing Bemis woman, we could talk to her. All right, now what was I looking up? Oh, McDermott. I wanted to see if this fishing guy, McDermott, who's running the fishing trips and leisure cruises. That's R27. If we thought that maybe he saw some ship activity. Since we do think this is all boat-related case, or nautical-related case, we could try to visit him. See if anyone's tried to hire him out. Seems like a long shot, though. All right, let's see. There was the requirement card with Garrison. Makes me think we follow up on the arrest. This is our last entry before we go to the soup kitchen. I think the soup kitchen is going to be for our two old men. So I think we should try to visit Mrs. Bemis's home, or Raboin, the woman who's taken over for our woman. Let's try to connect our woman from the ladies' auxiliary to our two old vets. Would you rather go to Bemis's home or the woman who took over for Bemis at the ladies' auxiliary? I wish there was a way to talk to those people they arrested, but maybe that's just a side case and not relevant for us. There is a police station. Oh, D32. That's where we went for Garrison. And Tina's lost a pot. Okay, John says, let's go to Bemis's home. Okay, that's fine. There is no shame in this channel in not joining me for every video. DJ Monica says, I don't think Bemis will be home. I mean, I don't disagree, but she could have relative. Let's try F47. All right, so there is an entry. Let's see. Let's read what happens when we go to Bemis's home. The mailboxes indicate that a Bemis is in apartment 2, but there's no answer to the buzzer. As you make your way back down the steps, you consider your alternatives. You almost bump into a young man in an apron hurrying up the steps with a large covered dish. Excuse me, sorry, this casserole will get cold if I waste any more time. You see him struggle to take a key out of his pocket and offer to help him by holding his dish so he can get the door open. Thank you so much. This is my last delivery for Mrs. Bemis. She's ever so poorly, and the doctor has told her she must try to eat. You tell the man you feared for Mrs. Bemis's safety, and the man smiles, telling you that his mother is an old friend of hers. They have been sending up food for a few days now to try and help build up her strength after a particularly bad bout of the flu. You ask if you might call on Mrs. Bemis. If you have arrived at this location on or after the evening of day 2, please proceed to the supplemental encounters on page 122. Read entry 10. Otherwise, you will need to return later to access this requirement, as you are told Mrs. Bemis is too weak to receive visitors. Well, it is the evening of day 2. That's the exact turn it is. the evening of day 2. So actually, we got here just in time to be able to read that. Are we going to find her dead? What was the, what were we told about these creatures? Do they mate with human females? Is it possible that Miss Bemis was mated with a deep one? All right, let's read this. Entry number 10. Let me just check the errata to see if this is one of the supplemental erratas. No. Okay, here we go. 122. Okay, so we asked if he could let us in to see her. The man considers your request. Well, she has been getting better this last couple of days. I don't suppose 5 minutes would hurt. He leads you up a narrow staircase and introduces you to a frail elderly lady swaddled in a shawl. As she pecks at her casserole, she considers your questions about the disappearances of Colonel Benoit and Sergeant Salter. I'm not sure I can shed any light on that theory. I was supposed to meet them on Saturday at the cafe to discuss the spring fundraiser. We often get together there, as do many people our age. They do a nice spread. They were always talking of taking one more trip to sea for unfinished business. But who knows what that might have been. They're quite private, reserved men, really. Have you tried asking at the Veterans Home or possibly the Armory? Okay. The Veterans Home or Armory? Have we solved this mystery of Bemis? She's fine. She just has the flu. I think that's it. I don't think she's gone missing. I think we've solved Bemis. I don't think Bemis is related to anything. She doesn't seem, she knows the two guys. I was supposed to meet with them on Saturday at the cafe. That's the place, that's the soup kitchen. To discuss the fundraiser. We often go together. They were talking about taking a trip to sea. Okay, I think that's it for Bemis. I think she's wrapped up. She's fine. She's getting better. He says she's getting better. I think that's it. She's fine. She's out of our case. And now we've finished day 2. So now we could go to the soup kitchen again. It's Saturday morning. They're having the soup lines are open, and the volunteers who would know about our guys will be there. I'm not sure we're going to learn anything new, though. They might know, but probably not. They haven't shown up there in a week, according to Bemis, because she was going to meet him there, and they didn't show up, I guess. I'm not sure the soup kitchen has that much use for us now. But what about the Veterans Home or the Armory? We need to find out where they were planning on going. Maybe it's time for the hardware shop. But let us write down the Veterans Home and the Armory. So the Armory is right there. Armory is D44. Maybe they were equipping themselves for a trip. Unfinished business. Jonathan says, I don't know, Jesse. The soup kitchen seems like a special scene. Do we really want to skip it? Well, that's a tough question. Where was the veterans home? Let me just get the veterans home down first. Clubs. You guys talk about whether you want to go to the soup kitchen. I will go if you say go. The veterans home. What did we read about something at the witch's house? Here's the veterans home, C1. Under charitable organizations. Didn't we learn something about the witch's home? Oh, hey, here's an article about those people that got arrested. I think we might have skimmed over this. Let me just read this. Detained 2 men are being held pending charges. They were surprised protesting their innocence as they were placed under arrest. 2 men. Why can't we talk to them? Oh, here was the witch's house. Hypnotism at the witch house in French Hill. I'm going to make a note, since I just found it in the directory, that the witch house is F11. All right, so it is Saturday morning. If we want to go to the witch's house, we should go soon. Jonathan Warner says, I vote the soup kitchen. Jesse can brag if it's not useful. Monica says, volunteers at soup kitchen might know where they were planning to go. They do hang out there and talk, but they haven't been there for a week. But I suppose someone could have overheard them talking about their plans. All right, to the soup kitchen we go. We're going to the soup kitchen because it seems like a special thing that you only get if you go there a certain day. All right, we're going to it. I have my doubts, but we are going to it. I don't feel strongly about it. So N33, we're going back to the soup kitchen, I should say. So it says, if you have arrived at this location during the morning of day 3, so it's only this one exact time slot. Supplemental counters read entry 12. Okay. So before we do that, this may be one of the erratas. Let's see. It says, supplemental encounter 6 says we should go to 12. Seems like it's probably correct. Okay, supplemental 12. Let's see if it makes sense. If it doesn't, we'll reconsider. All right, here we go. Aunt Enid's is bustling with elderly people escaping the freezing winter fog to enjoy good conversation and hot soup. As the patrons begin their meals, you're able to speak with one of the volunteers who answers your questions in an absent-minded fashion while watching the room in case she's needed. You ask if she knows about the missing men, Colonel Benoit and Sergeant Salter, or Grace Bemis. Oh yes, I'm surprised not to see them here, stalwarts of the soup morning. They normally sit with the lieutenant. He's over there. She gestures to an empty table that a young server is just clearing. Oh, he must have finished and left already. Poor Lieutenant Keyes has been missing his friends frightfully, as he has no family to speak of. He was married to the army for 35 years. Such a shame for him. As for Grace, she's got the flu, I believe. They're all in a fundraising association together, Grace, Henry, and the rest, and they often sit together. If you're short of something to do, you could always roll up your sleeves and pitch in here. Normally, those two young men from the museum help us out. But neither has shown up today, too busy with their gala event, no doubt. You explain that you'd love to stay and help, but your investigation is far too important. That's very fishy. Normally, those two young men from the museum, are they talking about Robinson and McSweeney? Is there some connection here? They are not showing up, and our guys are not showing up. Very suspicious. Have our guys, our sea people, heard about this diamond? And they're gone out to sea to finish business, to put an end to some creatures? Very suspicious. Okay. Well, it was very good we got here. Wow, you could only have gotten this if you came here one exact moment. Pretty interesting. Okay, so we got told about someone important, right? These three people, one woman has just got the flu, no big deal. But now we've got Lieutenant Keyes. Henry Keyes. And this is at supplemental 10. Okay, so we've got a new lead. Okay, so we've got one more time slot before the gala. So I think we better talk to Henry Keyes, right? Jonathan says, I wish we could go see who was arrested. If it turns out it was those two old men were arrested trying to row out to sea, and it turns out we're on a wild goose chase, I'll be mad. Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong about that. We want to double check that I didn't get the jail wrong. Courthouse and jail, D10, police station 32, which is where we went already. Let me just double check that there's no D10 that I missed. No, there's no D10. And D10 isn't a fix-up on the map. So all right, shall we see if we can't find Lieutenant Keyes? Of course, he could be at the armory. Let's look him up. Keyes. Henry Keyes. Well, that's unfortunate. Or is Henry the name of one of the people that went visit? Oh yeah. Henry is the guy who's missing. So Keyes is our guy, it sounds like here, Lieutenant Keyes. N58. Now, before we stop in to see him, remember we've got only one more turn before the gala. So, any reason we shouldn't go to Keyes yet? Seems like we should, right? I mean, it's our one shot. Like if you got the morning is the soup kitchen, then you got one time slot, and then you've got the gala. Seems like you just found out about Keyes. You got one shot to visit him before before the gala. So let's go and visit him. Okay. If you arrived at this location before the evening of day 5, well, we certainly have, go to supplemental encounters on page 122. If you arrived on the evening of day 5 or later, day 5 or later, evening day 5 or later, read supplemental. Sorry, if you've read evening of day 5 or later, continue reading. Read on. Does that mean here's a rules question. We're gonna, because we've arrived before, we're gonna get to read this supplemental, but then do we continue reading? Or is that, do we only, it doesn't say stop. Continue, all right. We'll start with the instructions. Supplemental 13. We'll read 13 and then we'll see if we think we should come back here to read this. Okay. So before we read it, let's mark it off in 58. See where this guy lives. All the way up. Okay. And checking the errata. It doesn't look like this is it. Okay, here we go. Supplemental 13. The house on Northwest High Street is wreathed in fog, and the smell of rotting fish, which seems to follow you wherever you go, is particularly repellent here. Before you can knock at the door, a straight-backed man in his early 60s opens it and asks you to state your business. When you tell him you're searching for his friends, Colonel Benoit and Sergeant Salter, he invites you inside. It's very unlike them to just up and vanish. John Salter had often talked about moving to the mountains, so I suppose that is a possibility. I'm afraid John has not been well of late, his mind playing tricks on him. We were in an accident at sea back in the Great War. Our ship was lost, and only Henry, John, and I survived and know what really happened. It's taken a lot of time to heal those wounds. I have a terrible phobia of open water to this day. Even crossing the Miskatonic can be difficult for me. We were the veterans, you see, looking after the new recruits after their basic training. I don't think John ever really got over What happened that night in the middle of the Atlantic? All our boys lost. The old man pours himself a stiff drink to settle his nerves. John wrote me last week, and his tone was one of a man beginning to unravel. So after he went missing, I naturally began to fear the worst. But with Henry missing as well, it makes me suspicious. Perhaps John was correct. Perhaps there are those who would seek to do us harm. We are the last 3 survivors of the Kraken. Perhaps fate or something is seeking to redress the balance. Well, I'm glad you came. It has helped me make up my mind. I shall pack a case and spend some time in Topeka. That's a long way from the ocean, yes. I sincerely hope you'll find Henry and John, but I have a feeling something terrible has happened. You bid the war veteran a safe journey and leave him to his packing. If you do not already have it, little typo, take requirement card 4. Okay, so we went to Keys, who was at N68, which sent us to supplemental 13, and take requirement 4, which I'm going to circle here and give us. So a Kraken sunk their ship. Does this have anything to do with our diamond? I'm starting to think not. Moneycut says, chemical plants smelled like sulfur. Were the men in the boat trying to steal gunpowder for the expedition? I read it as their naval ship being named the Kraken. You know what I think? I don't think these are related to the diamond. I think we've got separate cases. We're the last 3 survivors of the Kraken. You're right, Jonathan. You're right. It was their ship called the Kraken. I think they were just going to go out on the boat. I'm not sure it has anything to do with the diamonds. Maybe I'm being naive. Perhaps John was correct. Perhaps there are those who would seek to do us harm. So the person who's John and Henry, who have gone missing, think someone is trying to do them harm. I think they're going to end up to be the people in jail. We just can't talk to them. I think they're settled. I think they're safe and in jail. I don't know what they were going out to do, but I think they're out of our case. Have we been noting where there are other cards mentioned and what they wanted? We have in my notes, I believe the only other one was Garrison. And Garrison wanted requirement 1. Yeah. Which we haven't found. I'm starting to think that those 2 guys are the guys arrested in the rowboat. They were going out at sea, and they are not involved any further. However, it's time for the gala. It's definitely time for the gala. It would be crazy for not to go to it, so let's dress up. Let's go to the gala at the museum, yeah? And Keys is leaving. All right, so we're going to the museum gala. Let's not forget, it's the woman running the exhibit that's so fishy. She stole some stone carving. I don't know why we're not chasing her down, because we're gonna see if she sends us to her house now. If she doesn't, we're going there anyway. All right, C24 to the gala. Here we go. So we're down here at the museum. Oh, wait. Okay, so I wanted to think whether we should read what's below. Just glancing below, I see that it seems to be like a note we see on the door because the guy has left. So if we want to do this, we'd have to come back to read it. So go back to N58 later to read more. Okay, I can see it's not like it's a separate visit when he's gone. Okay, so here we go to C24. All right, I'm very curious about this gala. If you have arrived on the evening of day 3, read entry 15. All right, here we go. This is exciting. This is what we've been waiting for. Everyone ready? John says, let's see if we get cursed there. Here we go. Despite the chill and the thick, foul-smelling fog, the museum gala event seems to be a huge success. The wealthy and worthy have shown up in large numbers, and you're taken aback by the immaculate suits and elegant gowns, as if the crash of 29 had never happened. As you slip into the hall, one of Garrison's men recognizes you and informs you there are 15 officers on duty tonight in and around the museum. Heading through the noisy throng, you eventually find the main exhibit hall. Dominating the space are 3 enormous Maui heads from Easter Island, and the room is lined with beautiful display cases containing artifacts from the Pacific. You hear a shrill peal of laughter, and your eye is drawn to a small crowd gathered around a tall blonde woman in a stylish designer dress. That's Bellinger. As you watch, she stalks over to a small podium and taps her glass. Ding, 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 ding. A small and expectant hush falling over the room. She's going to give a speech. Ladies and gentlemen, as head curator of this new exhibit, I bid you welcome. The woman has an air of superiority and is talking down to the room as though they were small children. I have worked tirelessly to bring you the finest of the South Seas, but realize that it is for one thing alone you've come tonight. She gestures to a covered plinth at the far end of the exhibition hall, and it gives me great pleasure to share with you my piece de resistance, the jewel in my crown, so to speak. At this, she snorts at her own weak joke. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Star of Tokelau. The cover is whipped off to reveal a stunning necklace with the star, a huge gem, twinkling at its center. The crowd presses forward, each person eager to take their turn inspecting the star. Hearing raised voices, you turn and see a thin, pale man with receding hair being gently escorted from the room by a policeman. "No, it's not right," he shouts, clearly intoxicated. They will come for it. You can't protect it." Courteous but firm, the policeman leads the man away. "Come now, Mr. Wade, I think you need to go home and have a lie down. You shouldn't let things upset you so." Turning away, you spot a hulking, hairy man gnashing his teeth in barely controlled fury. But you are distracted as you're jostled cordially by the large-framed Ambrose Checkley, Arkham's celebrated society columnist. "Ha! You made it!" His wide smile is infectious, and you watch his sharp eyes darting over the room with a practiced ease as he speaks to you. "You've spotted that McSweeney is furious, then. Him and Robbins, see that weasel-looking fellow over there? They basically did all the work for this exhibit, so I'm told. And that harpy, Bellinger, she takes all the credit, as if she lifted a single manicured finger. They were the ones shifting all those crates in, liaising with the Historical Society, arranging the displays. I think she's also upset the director, Ingram, and a number of other serious scholars by having the details of that sensationalist curse story presented as historical fact in the display." As the big man moves away like a galleon under full sail, you consider taking a closer look at the gem if you can get through the crowd. All of a sudden, there's a great crash, and the lights fizzle out across the museum, plunging the gala into inky blackness. There are cries of puzzlement and distress, as much as rough guttural voices can be heard croaking and barking from outside the huge windows of the exhibit hall. There is the sudden report of a pistol outside and an unearthly howl, followed by the shouts and cries of what sound like the officers. A moment later, the lights blink back on, and the crowd seems to calm somewhat, the circulating trays of food and drink soothing the nerves. You spot Garrison talking with one of his officers at the doorway and push through the crowd to speak to him. "I can only spare a moment. There were intruders trying to gain access to the exhibit hall. They managed to disrupt the power with what appears to be salt water. But my men fired in their direction and seem to have chased them away for now. I've dispatched several officers to search the surrounding area, but we can't see anything with all this blasted fog." He hurries away, leaving you to wonder just what Armitage has gotten you into. And that's the end of the entry. Have they stolen it? It doesn't say. We didn't get a look at it yet. You would think they would check when the lights came back on. Let's back up and see what was important here. So, we're talking to Checkley. McSweeney's furious. Him and Robinson did all the work here. So we don't have any other reason to suspect them. But if we talk to them, they might tell us about what Bellinger is doing. But Bellinger just seems like she wants the fame of running this thing. It doesn't seem like she's up to no good. But she did steal something. Okay, and then we're told liaising with the Historical Society. We might want to check them out. They might know where the... We're trying to find a little bit about the history of this jewel. She's also upset the director, Ingram, by having the details be presented as historical fact. So another mention of Ingram, the director, might be nice to get his thoughts on all this. And then seems like they may have stolen it or stolen something. Maybe not even the diamond. Maybe it's something else. Don't know. She's taking credit for it all. Nothing else important. Seems like there were some other names mentioned. So Checkley is telling us about the two people we already know. Who's the guy that came talk to us? Who is drunk? That's what we want to know. That's the one I want to know. You can't protect it. They're going to come for it. Mr. Waite. That's who we want to talk to. Mr. Waite seems to know that someone's coming back for this thing. Stolen, replaced with a fake one, says Antina. I like it. I like this area. John says, the way I read it, the police think they prevented from getting into Hall, so it would seem like they did not get in, but someone inside could have stolen it. Yeah, and swapped it. Now, I will note that she's far away from it. So probably not her, but someone else. Is there anyone, are we told anyone that's near it? Oh, wait, let's see. She walks over to a small podium, taps her glass. Oh, yeah, she's at the podium. She's not where the diamond is. He says you can't protect it. We want to get through to see it through the crowd. Everyone's around it. Let's read this scene again. Pistol outside, like a distraction. A howl. Or maybe the cops are shooting at the deep ones. Lights come back on. Okay. So I'm very curious to talk to this Mr. Waite, who seems to know the history of this diamond and who's going to come back for it. Maybe he's just heard the mystery. Let's look him up, though. There he is. Waite. W. L48 is Waite. And we already knew how to look up Ingram. No, we can't find Ingram, which is weird. The director who's upset at Berenger. Okay. D24 supplemental. Just record which one that was. Don't look. Entry 15. Okay. It's almost time for a break. What does everyone think about all that? Let's see. Stolen and replaced with a fake. Yeah. It does seem like we'll want to talk to Wait, surely, right? All right, let's talk to Wait, and then maybe we'll take a break. So L48 is Wait. Let's see what Wade has to say. Or do we need to have him sleep off the drunk? I guess it is the next morning. It's now Sunday morning. So maybe he slept it off. The man looks perplexed at your arrival. Are you sure you're not confusing me with the goldsmith on West Church Street? It happens more than you'd think. So I looked up Wade. Is it that? Let's see. Let me just see if I should have known not to go. Come now, Mr. Wait. Okay, so we looked up Wait at L48, and he says, hey, I'm not the Wait you're looking for. He says, Goldsmith on West Church. Let's see if there's a Wait place. Goldsmith, huh? Goldsmith on West Church, huh? Goldsmith would make sense. He'd have some familiarity. But... hmm. Let's see, I'm not sure. You skipped it. I skipped it, huh? Where was it? Was it in stores? Let's see. Goldsmith, E-Weight. There it is. E-Weight Goldsmith M27. So I'm not sure. I don't think we could have known to do that. That's just part of the game slowing us down. So let's go to M27. I feel like this is going to be not an efficient lead. Okay. But let's mark it and go to it. M27. Right there. Okay. Let's see. Maybe we're going to get lucky. Maybe he's going to be able to shed some light on all this. I wouldn't bet on it. John says, was there any mention of Goldsmith in the paper that we should have noticed? Doesn't look like it. Not in the trades, not in the announcements. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Here we go. The proprietor, a thin, pale man with receding hair, is seated behind the counter at E-Weight Goldsmiths. He's engrossed in weighing out several large old coins. As you wait, you cast your eye over some of the merchandise in the glass-topped cases, and are quietly impressed with the tasteful mounts and large selection that the old goldsmith has to offer. With a satisfied little noise, the man places the coins in a bag and puts them into a heavy floor safe and closes its door. He seems to notice you for the first time and smiles. "Sorry, just sorting out some of the university finds from Professor Robinson's last expedition. She'll be happy that the gold content of those coins is high. I think it fits her theory about trade routes with the Caribbean islands. Sorry, I'm rambling. How can I be of assistance to you?" Is this our Robinson who's helping work this exhibit? If you have arrived here on or after the morning of day 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, we have. We're in day 4 now. We're in the afternoon of day 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so if you have arrived here on the morning or of day 4, on or after, proceed to the supplemental encounters, read entry 17. Okay. So I guess since the gala has occurred, we're being directed to supplemental 17. Waite is nervous and twitchy, especially when you explain to him you're looking into the star of Tokelau. Yates and I had a mind to acquire some of the more modest items to sell on from the Hollingsworth estate. Until we learned of the connection to Innsmouth. I should have guessed that when I saw the name of the lawyer involved. I left that accursed little town more than 18 years ago, and I have no intention of getting back into bed with those moral degenerates. No matter what Yates said, I asked him to get rid of my last mementos of that place. You press him a little harder about the connection between the star and Innsmouth, and he cracks almost straight away. They came here asking for my help, Keezer and Tribble, bad people from my past. The star is tied to that accursed town and the ancient pacts it made in the past. They are after it. It became quite heated. I threw them out of here and told them the Innsmouth connection was broken. Or they got themselves arrested, the morons. He shakes his head sadly. It's part of my past I'd rather forget. Now, if there's nothing else, I really do have a lot of work to be getting to. I suspect they may be wasting their time, though. He looks a little embarrassed. Before I was asked to leave the gala, I was able to get a closer look at the star. There is a flaw in one of its faces. It's virtually imperceptible to the untrained, even trained eye, but I saw it. The star has always been documented as flawless. It doesn't make any sense. Take requirement cards 1 and 9. Okay, this is very cool now. Now we've gotten some cool stuff happening. So, okay. That's pretty cool. So we learned a lot here. This was pretty cool. First of all, he says someone's already swapped out the diamond even before the lights went out. So I think we've got multiple thieves. One has replaced it before these lights went out, and the lights went out and the deep ones came back to take it back with them to Innsmouth. Or the townsfolk did, because they've got a deal with these deep ones to give them gold. So, or because of the curse. So, but someone else has beat them to it. And then the other cool thing is that we found out who the two people are who are arrested. They came here asking for my help, Keezer and Tribble. I think these are the Innsmouth connection people. Bad people from my past. That means Innsmouth. The star is tied to that accursed town and the ancient pacts it made in the past. The pact to let the creatures mate with them in return for gold. They're after it. And he said the Innsmouth connection was broken. I think he means like his connection to Innsmouth is broken. Or the connection between the deep ones. That's what the Innsmouth connection is. It's the deal between the deep ones and the town of Innsmouth. Okay, so they've got themselves arrested, the morons. But they're wasting their time because someone has already swapped it. Okay, so now we know who the two people arrested are. It's not Henry. It's not the two vets, though. Now, there was something here about a lawyer. He says, Yates and I had a mind to acquire it until we learned of the connection to Innsmouth. I should have guessed that when I saw the name of the lawyer. The name of the lawyer for the Hollingsworth estate. Are we to understand, is Yates the name of the lawyer? Or is Yates his partner and we don't know the name of the lawyer? That was a pretty cool scene. Let's look up this Yates. There's two possibilities. Either Yates is the name of the lawyer. I see. Yates is not the name of the lawyer. Yates is a jeweler who's also gone in with him to purchase stuff. Who is the lawyer? Well, it's probably one of these three handling Hollingsworth's stuff. So, but I don't know how. Jebediah Marsh, that sounds suspicious. Jonathan says, I want to go back to do requirement card 1 with Garrison to see what he says about those now that we know the names of the people in jail. Well, we've got some stuff to talk about. We've got several days left. But it's time for our break. So we'll take a break. Think about where you want to go. We've got the people in jail. We've got this double robbery. I wonder if it's the vets who now have stolen it and they're going to return it or something. We still have the vets to find. That seems like our most important lead to follow down. The rest of them, we think the deep ones probably have gotten the fake. Interesting. Okay, well, let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll think it out. Okay, it's Sunday night, Monday morning in real life here, and in the game, it's also Sunday evening. After this turn, we think the library may be open, so we may want to visit the library. But now we've got some decisions to make about where to go next. We have a couple days in the turn, in the game, which amounts to, it looks like we've got 6, 7, we've got 8 turns left. 8 turns left. We've got Sunday. I wish I could show you the cat. She's brought in her little toy, and that's why she's meowing. Okay, Sunday evening, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got 8 turns left. The library, we think Jonathan's idea is they may open up on Monday morning. And Tina in the chat came up with a brilliant thought. Could the jeweler partner of our goldsmith be the one who created the fake diamond? He really wants that diamond, and someone skilled had to recreate it because it took the goldsmith's clever eye, careful eye, to notice a small flaw. So I like Antina's idea a lot, that the jeweler would be the one that made the fake one and swapped it out. Although, yeah, okay. So that would be a good lead to follow regarding who swapped out the jewel before the show. We could also try to track down the 2 workers. Now, our goldsmith mentioned Robinson too, right? And Robinson is the other one who works at the museum. So we could try to, is Robinson and the jeweler working together to swap out the diamond? That would make some sense. That's all chasing down the lead of who swapped out the diamond and stole it. Another angle is the people that have been arrested, the Innsmouth connection. They're locked up in jail. We have now got requirement card 1, which is what Garrison at the police station wanted. So we're guessing if we bring him back that, he might let us talk to those people, or he may tell us they've been let out of jail. Let's start keeping a list of leads we might follow. So one lead is the jeweler and Robinson. That might also lead us to this is the theft. Then we've got the Garrison for the Innsmouth prisoners. Okay. Another set of leads we could try to find the vets, which we really have to do before the end of this case. One place we haven't gone here at all is the hardware shop. I feel like we're probably late to this and maybe early to this. Those are our 3 angles. The Robinson that Waite mentioned is a she. What is the gender of the Robinson at the museum? I think it could very well have been a woman. I read it as a man, but I think it probably could have been a woman. Okay, now, of these, one is time sensitive. This one. Because the Garrison says he can only hold them for so long. Then I guess another angle is the library to find out about the book and the curse. Okay, so those are our 4. If we are ever going to do this, we need to do it now. What do you think? Do you want to talk to those prisoners? Tokelau in the chat says, time out. I need someone to explain why this is called the Star of Tokelau. Okay, well, it's a diamond, and we don't know the total history, but we know it's related to the creatures, the deep ones, which are here. And they've made a deal with Innsmouth to give them this jewel. But Jonathan wants to go to the jail and talk to those guys. I fear if we don't, we'll run out of time. So I think we should do that. So let's go back with that requirement card and see if we can talk to those people. Wrap up this thread of the case. Okay, so we go back to talk to Garrison. He says, hey, if you know about requirement card 1, go to supplemental 1. So that's what we're doing. We got this when we found out about from the goldsmith. You ask the inspector if you can question his 2 captive as they match the description of 2 men linked to your own investigation. He allows you 5 minutes, but suspects that you're wasting your time. You smell the 2 men before you even reach their cell, a pungent reek of seaweed. They're unkempt with dull, expressionless faces and certainly have the look that you have heard hushed whispers about whenever people mention Innsmouth, because they're related to these creatures. They're related to the deep ones. Their bulging, watery eyes unsettle you for a reason you can't put your finger on. Who's this bothering us now? Why, when are you letting us out? The bigger of the 2 men, identified as Caleb Tribble, snarls. You ask the men whom they're working with and what they're up to in Arkham, but they merely grin menacingly. I don't rightly think that's any of your business, nor is it any of the police's. We ain't broken no laws, and we ain't been bringing booze up the river. Caleb's partner, the smaller Larry Kezar, can't resist chipping in. If you'd bother inspecting our schooner anchored downriver from the docks, you'd see we was telling the truth. There's not a drop of hooch on board. Caleb elbows him hard and scowls. Shut up, Lar. That ain't none of their business either. Seeing you're getting a little out of the men, you thank the inspector and head back to the streets. Okay, I see my light is flashing. Let me see what's going on. Okay, Kobe Lua is asking questions, but we're in the middle of a game, so I'm not going to deal with that now. You can see on this video, it should point to the Board Game Geek web page for this game, where you can see the directors are Hal Eccles and Will Kenyon, and this is all based on H.P. Lovecraft Mythos, and that name is in the title of this case. We'll be happy to talk about all this at the end of the stream, but we're sort of in the middle of a game here. Okay, but I don't know where the designers are from. Maybe England, but there's a whole thread on this game, how it was developed. You can check it all out. Okay, so, but something interesting just happened here. We're talking to the 2 of them, and the one guy says, hey, if you inspected our boat, you'd see there's no booze on board. And the other one doesn't like that. The other one says, shut up. So it feels like there may be something on the boat that this little one has let slip. Downriver from the dock. Is that, did you guys read that the same way? That, shut up, he says. He here elbows him hard. Shut up, that ain't none of their business. So, schooner anchored downriver from the docks. That was it, supplemental 1. This was 32, just supplemental 1. And we got their full names, Caleb Tribble and Larry Kezar. Okay, let's see if we can't figure out where that is, though. So, sorry if I was rude to Kobe Lua. Maybe the thing to do in that case would be, I don't have to interrupt what I'm saying. Someone else can answer it. But okay, so we know they're arrested here, around here, because that's the chemical factory, right? There's the chemical factory. I think do we know that that's where they were arrested? Maybe we need to look at that again. Okay, there's the Star of Tokelau. Okay, so it says that Mickey Tull did have to take on a couple toughs. He accused them of bootlegging as they stepped off their rowboat and they weren't too happy. Down at the dock. Okay, so maybe we jump to a conclusion about the chemical factory. Let's find where it says the docks are. Okay, the docks are M10. So actually, it's the other guy that was at the chemical factory. And these guys were picked up at the docks, which are right there. So here's where they're picked up at the dock. I was gonna say downriver from the docks, but I wonder if it doesn't just mean we go to the docks, M10, because we haven't been there. Shall we just go to the docks and see if we can see their boat there? It's this whole area. It's either here or it could be, what's downriver? Looks like it's falling this way, right? So wouldn't you think it's either here or here? So they could have left their boats here. Let's try going to M10 and see if we see their boat actually at the docks. If there's no entry, we'll just move along. Okay, well, this is weird. Look at this. If you arrived at this location during the evening of any day, move to supplemental encounters and read entry 11. Otherwise, read the entry below. Okay, before I read that, I still don't know which would be better. Why does Jonathan say, should we not go there at night? All right, explain why we should go there at night, Jonathan. What have I missed? DJ Moneycut says, rowboat was at the docks. The schooner is downriver. Yes, you're right. Rowboats at the docks, schooners at the river. Well, I just read the beginning of it, and it clearly said if you go there at night, read one thing. If it's during the day, another. But the question is, why does Jonathan know there? It's Antina, not me, saying go there at night. Wonder if there are creatures at night. Are you saying we should go there at night, or should we not go there at night? I say, should we not go there at night? That makes more sense. Well, I mean, he just said that. I don't know how we would have anticipated that. But it's not night, though. That's the thing. Sorry, should we not go there at night? Uh, that's in English, that's an ambiguous question. If you say, should we not go there at night? You could be saying, hey, shouldn't we go there at night? Should we not consider going there at night? Or you could be saying, hey, should we not go there at night? So it's actually an ambiguous statement. However, I went too quickly. It's now Monday morning, so the library is open. We could go to the library, but it's actually Monday morning. So I think we should continue what we're doing. I still don't know. Don't forget, with these games, it's a little tricky to think whether they said they left their boat their schooner downstream, right? But it's not clear if these are the docks here. It's not clear whether, downstream from the dock, maybe there's where they put the rowboat, and downriver is over here, but it's still all M10. Or do they mean that they're at one of these residential places? But I think M10 would be a natural place to go. It is during the day, so I think we just continue reading what I was reading, although that was good to catch me there. Let's read it. So we're there during the day. Let's read. So we're not going to read the supplemental. We might want to make a note to come back here, although it seems like it might be dangerous to come back here at night. Picking your way along the stone wharf of the river docks, you carefully skirt the haphazard crates and barrels that have accumulated over the years. Litter, blown by the breeze, gathers along the wooden jetties that jut out into the gurgling Miskatonic. You spot the familiar face of Fritz, a burly, barrel-chested dockhand who's lounging with a couple of surly-looking men. You approach him cautiously, but he seems to recall you and pushes the litter from the tops of the nearby barrels, allowing you to sit. The men are chuckling about the latest federal raid from the other day when a couple of men were hauled out of their boat and a scuffle ensued, apparently cheered on by most of the surrounding workers. "Oh, you should have seen them go at it. Funniest thing I've seen in ages. That scrawny little Fed trying to read them their rights as they wrestled him all over the place. Shame they hauled them boys off to the station. If we get a strong southerly wind, their schooner is liable to break free and float away." Schooner, you ask, and the men tell you about the schooner moored in a secluded bay along the Miskatonic River estuary. "Yeah, Matthew spotted it, coming back from one of his charter fishing tours yesterday. Just sat there abandoned." Matthew, who they're talking about, is Matthew McDermott, who runs these boat charters. We were thinking of visiting him anyway, but it looks like this would be another way to get to this. Just sat there abandoned. "Oh, never a dull moment around here if it's not old Teddy Blotto on the bootleg saying he's seen sea monsters crawling over the wharf at night. That's why we didn't want to come here at night. It's out-of-towners fighting with the coppers." From further down the dock, a muscled man with a grizzled beard shouts a curse at the men you're talking to. "Get back to work, you lazy..." You decide you too need to press on with your investigation. Take requirement card 7. Okay. So we're getting requirement card 7. We went to the docks. So I have a question. Do you read it? I kind of read it that we need to talk to Matthew from the newspaper in order to use that requirement card 7 to ask him to show us where it is or what he found. Do you read that the same way I do? Or do you read it that we're done with the schooner? Jonathan says, yes, talk to Matthew. DJ Moneycut says, I make it a policy not to go to any docks at night. Well, now we know we're not going to any docks at night. Let's remember that for the future for this case. This case makes more use of timed stuff and things that happen differently at different times than any case we've played in this booklet. Okay, so M10 docs take requirement 7, visit Matthew. Okay, don't forget our library is probably now open. All right, so Matthew's McDermott's tours. I did look him up, but let's look him up again, McDermott. Matthew McDermott is R27. Hey, and look. That's right there. So the schooner was parked right near where his tours are. R27. Okay, is it nighttime? No, it's afternoon, so it's still safe to go here, and then maybe we'll go to the library at night. R27. Let's see if Matthew has anything for us. Matthew McDermott is a jovial Scottish man who's plowed the waters of the Massachusetts coast for over 20 years. You tell him you're investigating the disappearance of 2 old military men. Oh, Sergeant Salter and Colonel Benoit. They called to see me. Salter seemed to want to take a trip on my boat, but the colonel wasn't so sure. Salter told me he just needed a bit more persuasion. A bad experience at sea, he explained. Perhaps they called in at Marley's. The sergeant did mention that to Benoit as they were leaving. He tells you he's happy to take you out sailing if you have somewhere in mind. Oh, Marley's probably too busy anyway. He sure got them bootleggers down at the caves that they use to winter their boats. I think the police caught a couple on the docks early this week. If you have requirement card 7, proceed to entry 7. Okay, we do. Let's just read this, though, because he tells us even more about our 2 guys. That's why we wanted to visit him in the first place. The vets have been to see him. They wanted to take a trip on my boat. The colonel wasn't so sure. Salter says he needs a bit more persuasion because they're scared of the water. A bad experience at sea. Perhaps they called in at Marley's. So now we've got a good lead on where our vets went. I think maybe they were just trying to go out to sea to get over their old fear of the water and had nothing to do with the diamond. Okay, so 2 vets went to Morley's. Is Morley's our hardware store? I'll bet it is. Marley's. Is Marley's our hardware store? He says Marley's probably too busy anyway. Oh, maybe Marley's is another boat company. Marley's probably too busy. He's sure they've got bootleggers down at the caves that they use to winter their boats. I guess Marley's is going to be another shipyard or something. Or maybe those vets got killed by the deep ones. We should not visit Matthew at night. We don't want to get to the schooner at night. Okay, well, we're already here. But it's the afternoon. It's in the afternoon now. So luckily, we're still in the afternoon. All right, so supplemental 7. Okay, read. So now we're asking him about the schooner that he found. which I am excited to see. Matthew McDermott confirms he has indeed seen an abandoned-looking schooner moored in a small sheltered bay along the Miskatonic and welcomes you aboard the Clarabelle, an elegant little steam-driven fishing trawler. After around 20 minutes, McDermott slows the craft and begins to pull to port, guiding the Clarabelle into a wide tributary where a two-masted schooner called the Sabre strains at its anchored chain. McDermott pulls his boat alongside and you struggle across to the schooner. The smell of rancid fish and salt water is overwhelming, and you find yourself gagging. The vessel has 6 cabins and a locked strong room near the stern of the boat. 2 of the filthy, unkempt cabins appear to have been in use but do not contain anything significant to your investigation, save a crumpled business card from Ottoman Books. In the common area, it looks as though a meal has been abandoned partway through. Take requirement card 5. So, Ottoman Books, business card. Okay. Take requirement 5. Lots of requirement cards we got in this game. Okay, let me just mark it here. All right. Rancid fish. You discover a large brass key hanging on a nail and are happy to find that it fits the strong room door. Opening it, you are almost bowled over by the stench of fish mixed with the tang of stale blood. But the room is empty except for a small desk and a mop and a bucket. On the desk, you see a folded piece of paper next to a wedding ring and 2 pairs of dog tags. One reading Benoit and the other reading Salter. You reel back from the desk, overturning the bucket and spilling the red-stained water across the strong room floor. Fighting to catch your breath, you burst out onto the deck. You don't remember getting back aboard the Clarabelle, but you find the folded paper in your hand as the boat chugs back to Arkham. It's a typewritten letter that reads, "Plans that have been made have now begun. Prepare the sacrifices for the gods who dwell below. We still need a third to complete the rite. I have the perfect candidate in mind for Innsmouth." And then take requirement card 2, which we haven't. Wow. That is a twist. And my wife has joined from Japan, where she has just arrived to visit family. So I hope you're doing well and you arrived safely. Okay, so it looks like these people ran into our 2 vets and killed them. So we've sort of solved this part of the mystery. However, an odd thing is that there was a 3rd person. We still need a 3rd to complete the rite. I have the perfect candidate in mind. We don't know who has written this letter. Is it the person at the bookstore from Ottoman Books? Who else is missing? Well, Miss Bemis seemed to be missing, but she wasn't. I mean, we do have someone else missing, this prisoner who escaped from the cell. Oh my God, look where it's from. Sanderson Chemical Supply. It's a weird coincidence. We didn't realize this was connected to our... That maybe that's why the detective was searching around Sanderson Chemical Supply looking for this person. Huh. One question is the third person missing, or is the third person not captured yet? I mean, Ottoman Books is the place to go, I guess. Maybe they want to sacrifice Keys, the other survivor. Does seem certainly possible. Well, what's fascinating is that we've solved now the fate of our two vets, so we don't need to try to track them down anymore. And what does our time schedule look like here? So it's now the evening of Monday. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 turns left. The library may now be open. It may not be. I think we need to track down this Ottoman Books lead. But I also like Antina's idea that the jeweler may be involved in the fake theft. Don't forget that we don't know who stole the jewels. We don't think it's the sea creatures. The deep ones wanted it, but we think someone else stole it. So we do need to wrap up that thread. So what do you think? Has my wife made it to her home yet in Tokyo, or is she still traveling? Is the bookstore safe at night? I'm not sure. My wife says that she made it. Okay, well, that's great. I'll chat with you during the break in our hangouts. Well, what do you think? We could go to the bookstore. I think as long as it's not at the docks, we're safe. We could go to the bookstore. We don't need to go to the hardware store to find the vets. And we've already been back to the police precinct. So the jeweler is a good angle to track down, and Robinson to try to track down the theft of the jewel. And then the Otto's bookshop would be another one. So I think maybe we alternate between the two of these to try to find out who's got the jewelry, who stole the diamonds, and then who this third person is. And since we just got a requirement, I'm going to say we should go to the... Noki said she's watching this with her father. Okay, that's crazy. But hello to Noki's father. Okay, he must think this is insane. An old Sony engineer is watching the future of the human race making YouTube videos about board games. Okay, it cannot be explained. So what do you think? Bookstore or the jewelry? I think maybe the bookstore. I think we've just seen these dead bodies cleaned up on the boat. Surely that's what we're interested in. And maybe this can give us a little bit about the curse. And maybe this person is the one who arranged it all, who knows what the third person is. So let's see if we can't find Otto's bookstore. Here it is. Ottoman's bookstore, M34. Okay, let's read that. We'll take a break in 10 minutes here. Or 15 minutes. Okay, M34. Ottoman's, Arkham's premier general bookstore, is bright and clean, with towering shelves containing everything from children's fiction to gardening almanacs. You're met by a fresh-faced young man, the skin around his throat still a little raw from his morning shave, who asks if he can help you with anything. If you have requirement card 5, we can read entry 4. Well, we do have 5. If you have 6, we have 6 or 9. We don't have 6. We have 9. There's no good way to tell the difference between 6 and 9. Look at this. 6 and 9 are identical. That is not very helpful. Okay, but we have 9. So if you have 5, proceed to entry 4. Okay, so let's read entry 4. Okay, so this looks like one of our bugs, actually. Let's see if that's not true. It says... if you have requirement 5, the text tells you to turn to supplemental encounter 4. This is an error. Go to supplemental encounter 5 instead. Okay? All right. Here's... Well, that's unfortunate. You show the young man the card, and he gestures to a small pile on the counter, indicating that anyone may help themselves to one. That's it. But... boy, that's weird. I can see, I peeked ahead, I can see there's another entry for this bookstore. I guess I didn't need to peek ahead. We could have just seen it here. If you have requirement card 6, read this other one. What's happening here? So It wants requirement card 6, which we don't have and we don't know how to get. And this is a general bookstore, not a rare occult bookstore. That's strange. Any theories about this? We can't visit this guy at his home, right? No, we can't. Well, we could just leave this for now and head to the jewelry store angle and try to circle back. And the chat seems to think maybe the library can point us to here. Yeah, possibly. Well, what's more important for us, to try to chase down these leads, or should we try to interweave this with trying to find who stole the diamonds? I think Antina's idea that the jeweler was hired to make a fake diamond is so compelling to me. I really want to do that before we waste too much time on this bookstore thing. So I think we should do the jeweler. The jeweler was... We also haven't been to Marley's yet. Yates was the jeweler. Yates Fine Jewelers is M29. Oops. M29. So I think we should visit the jeweler. See if we can't find out who stole this. I'm not against going to the library, though. Okay, here we go. You take an instant dislike to the pretentious jeweler, Mr. Yates. He rounds on you as soon as you enter the store, speaking through his nose with an irritating whistling noise, trying the hard sell. A new timepiece, perhaps, something frivolous for that special someone, a gift for your favorite relative? You interrupt his aggressive pitch and point to some pendants labeled as Innsmouth Gold that seem to match the style of the Star of Tokelau necklace. Your eye is fixed on the strange jewelry, and you feel as though you could spend hours studying the striking and untraditional designs. You feel nauseous and lightheaded until Yates pulls you away from the case. Well, those I'm selling on behalf of Mr. Waite, who owns the store around the corner. We share a lot of the trade. He makes things and I sell them on. He comes from Innsmouth, you know, and if you ask me, still has some strong ties to that town, as there were a couple of Innsmouth types arguing with him earlier in the week. I surely have heard about Innsmouth along the coast. Squalor and criminals, a once proud fishing town laid low by the evils of drink. The federal authorities all but closed the place down in the raids of 28. They were shouting about this and that, and one of them kept insisting that Waite pay the restaurant bill to the Russian that they owed. So the jeweler Wait has got Innsmouth gold and stuff that's making us nauseous just looking at it. But no sign that he's made the diamond. He seems to be blaming Wait more. And then he gives us this little tip. He says, these guys came by telling Wait that he needs to pay the restaurant bill. Okay, the Russian restaurant bill. And I need to write down that we've been to this place, which is M29 Jeweler. Okay. Somehow when we talked to Wait, we didn't get suspicious of him. But why not? Why were we not more suspicious of Wait? Wait claimed he didn't want anything to do with all this, right? He was the guy who showed up at the gala drunk saying, you don't know what you're doing. He was sort of convinced us. Yes, good point. Wait is the one that points out it was a duplicate. Why would he do that? Surely he wouldn't do that if he was involved in it. So maybe the jeweler is just trying to throw blame onto him. We could just see if we can't find this restaurant, a Russian restaurant. Don't know if it's worth us trying to track down, though. I see diners. Sergey's restaurant, that's what it would be, L12. If we wanted to follow up on this. But do we? Is this worth our time tracking this down more? What are we hoping to find? The problem is I feel like we've already found these people. We found these Innsmouth people. When we found that they've killed our two vets as part of a ritual. But we know there's a third. So we don't know who stole it. We don't know. Maybe if we can find out the ritual, we would find out if it has to be a woman that they've got to capture. Jonathan says, let's go to the library first. Okay, let's go to the library. Everyone wants to go to the library. Let's go to the library. The library is at the Orne Library, which we hope is open for business again, which is C23. Let's see if it's actually open. Newspaper said opens next week, which it is next week, so maybe it's open. Oh, look at this. All right, good work, team. Good work, channel. The library is in an unusual state of disarray, so we could have come here anytime. You've not come at a good time, says an exasperated Amelia Sargent. We've lost one of the books from the special collection in the restricted reading room. She waves her hand at a stack of books around her. Could you imagine the scandal if some student wanted romantic poetry and they pulled down Relaya Rising instead? Armitage would have had me out of my ear. You ask whether the book might have been stolen. Well, that's always the worry with books of this nature. If nothing else, its rarity ensures that it would fetch an enormous amount in a private auction. The bottom half of the signing in sheet for the restricted reading room has been damaged. All I could make out was the top of a letter R or maybe a B in the surname column. To get on the list, you would need to be a university academic or be personally vetted by myself or Armitage. R or B, that sounds like Robinson. There are maybe 3 dozen people who are allowed access. Could be Bellinger too, but I think it's going to be Robinson. You leave Amelia to her search. Never mind private auctions. There are much worse hands a book like that could fall into. But now look. Take requirement card 6. There's our 6 that it wanted at the bookseller. Okay, so that's kind of exciting. R or B. So an R or a B took out that book. I think we're going to need to talk to Bellinger. Remember, we could still go to Bellinger's house and Robinson. It would make sense that it would be Bellinger who's stealing everything, right? Okay, but remember that we can go to 23A, which is Armitage's office if we're in the library. It says, go to supplemental encounter on page 122 and read entry 18. So this is free for us. Let's talk to Armitage. Entry 18. Let's see if he has anything to say to us. A letter on Armitage's office door reads, Dear students, I am not in my office. I will be at home this week. Go read a book in the library until I return. Okay, not very useful. Okay. So Armitage at home. And did she say why the damage happened to the things? She says, came at a good time. You've not come at a good time. We lost one of the books. Does she say why? They're remodeling, so maybe they just lost it. She says, okay, the last sign-in sheet, top of letter R or maybe a B. So I think it's either Bellinger or Robinson. Bellinger is bossing Robinson around. So maybe Bellinger is our best guess. Okay, but now surely we should go back to the bookstore with requirement 6. So was that Ottoman's books? What number was that? Bookstore is M34. I don't think I wrote that down, which means it would have taken up an extra bit of time in there. So we really Well, we'll just count this one. We won't count both of our M34s. Our M34 bookstore visit that we're going back to now was a bit of a robbery. So we're going back to M34 bookstore. Okay, for us to be able to play a little fast and loose with it. We'll do this, and then actually, this is a good time for a break. Let's take our little 8-minute break. We'll come back. We're on the home stretch here. We only have 3 turns left, including this bookstore. We still don't know who stole the diamonds, so 2 more turns to figure that out. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We've got 3 turns left. We've got 2 mysteries remaining. One is who actually swapped out the diamonds for a fake. And the other one is, assuming we've figured out what happened to the 2 vets, who is the third person they're talking about for this sacrifice? Are these combined? I mean, we have merged the 2 cases now. Now that we find the vets were actually killed by the Innsmouth connection people who are part of this family of deep ones. And now we have gotten a requirement card that lets us go back to the bookstore. So surely we are going back to the bookstore. But then we're going to have to make a decision about which of these leads we try to chase down. Jonathan says we should review the passages that talk about Robinson at the museum to try to lock down if they're a woman. Hey, you know what else occurs to me? So at the museum, there's Robinson, there's Bellinger, the blonde woman, and then there's McSweeney. All of the bad guys here all smell of fish. Was McSweeney described as smelling a bit fishy? Like, I think we have to... That could be our cue that he's in cahoots with them. Okay, let's finish up our bookshop visit since we need to go there. M34. So we went to M34 before, and it said, hey, if you have requirement card 6 this time, which we do, we can go to entry 6. Okay, let's read entry 6. If we're lucky, we'll get some information here. So the first time we went, it said nothing. The young man looks puzzled and calls to the back room for Mr. Ottoman. A moment later, a tall, regal-looking man wearing a monocle strides out into the room. Straightening the lines of his dark suit, Mr. Ottoman greets you and asks where you heard about Relay Rising. You explain that the library seems to have had its copy stolen. Yes, I do have a copy here if you would like to study it. I think this is the only other copy of the work in Arkham. Mr. Fenton, the occultist, occasionally has cause to peruse it, but it has been safely locked away in our vault for a couple of years at least. There was a man, come to think about it, who offered to buy it a few weeks ago. University fellow, judging by the cut of his suit. Mr. Ottoman waves you into an armchair and fetches the book for you. You are relieved that, unlike some of the more esoteric tomes from which Armitage has tried to shield you, this one seems much more mundane. Look at this. If you wish to read further, move the time track on an additional space to account for the delay and read Supplemental Encounter Entry 12. Wow, this is a little bit rough for time standpoints. So he says, a man from the university tried to buy the book a few weeks ago. Is that a red herring? Could it be Armitage that tried to buy that book? Could it be our McSweeney? Is it just a red herring? Is it important to us? Jonathan says, I think you were right that McSweeney smelled of seaweed, meaning he could be our bad guy. TJ Moneycutt says, I think the book will tell us about the curse and the ritual, and I think we need to focus on the diamond. This is very tricky for times from time standpoint. Have we really done all this effort and we're not going to read this book to tell us about the ritual? Surely we have to read this ritual. Don't you want to know how to do the ritual? We've come a long way. Jonathan says, the confusing part is if the Innsmouth people have stolen the diamond and the attack was part of the ruse, or has someone else independently stolen it? Yeah. I mean, we sort of concluded that It was swapped out before the creatures tried to steal it. I've got to read this ritual. I got to see what it says. If we have to add some extra time, so be it. I can't come all this way to not read it. So, encounter 12. Looks like that must have been a bug. Let's see, because 12 is something else. It says, God help anyone who plays this game without the errata. Okay, the correct entry is 14, so we're going to go 14. The book concerns myths and legends of the sea, such as Scylla and Charybdis, Atlantis and the mythical island of R'lyeh, sunk beneath the waves. The book is outlandish and in places ridiculous, but you do find a short passage that may relate to the star of Tokelau. For many years, the islanders of the South Seas would offer up sacrifices of the very young and very old to the gods of the sea. Warriors who had survived to old age embraced their fate as a mark of honor. And the accompanying ceremonies were large tribal gatherings. In return, the gods of the sea were said to provide calm seas and fertile fishing grounds. They would also leave golden trinkets for the islanders, as well as powerful gemstones that were said to be able to call R'lyeh back from the ocean floor for a short time. No one knows of the fate of those gemstones, but intertribal war meant that much of the islanders' wealth was scattered far and wide. And that's it. So the only interesting thing here is sacrifices of the very young and the very old. Warriors who had survived to old age embraced their fate. So maybe the vets were willing to die voluntarily, but does this suggest that the other one being sacrificed would be a young person? Does that mean it's going to be Bellinger, that woman? Who's the third? Jonathan says, I still think it's Keyes who would be the other sacrifice. I think you might be right, and he's escaped them because their plan has been foiled. You might be right. Let's take a moment to make a point about here. Oh, complaint of a young woman escaped last night from his cell on the second story. Chauffeur arrested for felonious assault on the complaint of a young woman. That seems to be a totally separate case, though. Well, Jonathan, your theory that it was the intended victim was Keyes is not a terrible one. Let's go reread the description of McSweeney and see if we can't figure out what that's about. So the first time we went in here is where we saw Bellinger. I'm just rereading our entry at the museum. So we get in there when it's dark. We hear Bellinger, Bond tall, immaculately dressed. He takes something. She's stealing from it already. Miss Bellinger, are you in there? Robbins, is that you? I don't care what Ingram says. I'm telling you the details of the curse stay on the display. I don't care if the library has lost the book. Make something up. Okay. You hear a rustling and spot the man, Robbins. Okay, so actually Robbins is a man. So it's a different Robbins than the other statement. Jonathan was interested in that. The man Robbins reattaching. Okay. So he looks at the diamond. His tongue slides across his lips. He is lost for a moment in his own thoughts. This suggests to me that the diamond has to be real, because remember, the real jewelry from this sea makes people sort of hypnotized when they look at it. And so Jonathan is just saying, yes, this is a different person than Robin and Robinson. Robbins and Robinson, okay. So this is the real jewelry, it seems. So we read about this. Here we're talking about, now we're going to talk to McSweeney here. A firmer hand on your shoulder startles you. A hulking, hairy man reeking of seawater. McSweeney, assistant curator. The fact that he is one of these seawater related people is hugely suspicious. And he's mentioning another lawyer again. So if we suspect McSweeney is involved in this, we can go talk to him. F63 is McSweeney. All right, so let me just note that we were supposed to eat up an extra time for reading the book, which would give us only one action left. Maybe we cheat a little and give ourselves two. We can go visit McSweeney at home. We can go visit Bellinger at home. We could go to the Russian restaurant. We could go to Marley's where the boat people went. We could go to one of our many allies that we haven't been to. Lots of people left to go to. John says, I don't think it makes sense for McSweeney to have been involved with the theft if it happened before the attack at the gala. Wouldn't he be working for the Deep Ones? Seems like it has to be Robbins or Bellinger. So you're saying that the other Robbins is a different person that we are still interested in. Is that right? So there's a Robinson and a Robbins. Okay, let me make sure I'm understanding that right. We've got a Robinson and a Robbins. And the one at the gala and museum is Robbins, who's a man. And you're saying now that when we visit the goldsmith, we hear about Robinson. Is that right? Supplemental 17. So when we go to the goldsmith, he's nervous. Says Yates and I had a mind to acquire. Until we learned of the connection to Innsmouth, I should have guessed when I saw the name of the lawyer involved. I wonder if that's a key that it's the Marsh guy who's our lawyer. You press him, he says, they came here asking for my help, bad people. They're after it. It became quite heated. I threw them out of here and told them the Innsmouth connection was broken. They got arrested. This guy is not a bad guy. He's telling us all he's not involved in it. Before I was asked to leave, I was able to get a closer look at the star. There's a flaw in one of its faces. It's imperceptible, but I saw it. The star has always been documented as flawless. It doesn't make any sense. And Yates is the one who wants to sell it. Okay, so that's that. But that's not where we must have heard about Robinson. L48 is where we talk to him. Oh, that was Goldson. Goldsmith is M27. Trying to find when he mentions Robinson now. Okay, M27. This is when we wait the first time. He's weighing out gold coins. Just sorting out some of the university finds from Professor Robinson's last expedition. She'll be happy the gold content of those coins is high. It fits her theory about trade routes with the Caribbean islands. Sorry, I'm rambling. So this is our other Robinson, who's a woman. So the question is, why would we suspect her? Why would we have any suspect of her? She's F56. All right, so that was what Jonathan has been trying to tell me. There's a Robinson and a Robbins. Robbins is the one at the museum, and Robinson is a professor who's got her own stuff. Wei was kicked out before the attack, so that confirms the star had already been replaced. I believe that that's absolutely true. We could double check it, though, because that's key to our whole theory. Let's double check it. So supplemental 15. Okay, so here we are at the gala. She says, look at the jewel. Look at the diamond. It's there, huge gem twinkling in its center. Then Wait starts screaming. It's not right. They'll come for it. You can't protect it. They escort him out. Then it's McSweeney, I think. Turning away, you spot a hulking hairy man gnashing his teeth in barely controlled fury. Is it because he's realized the jewels have already been stolen? He says, you've spotted McSweeney is furious. Him and Robbins, see the weasel-looking fellow there, basically did all the work. Bellinger takes all the credit, as if she lifted a single manicured finger. They're the ones that did all the work. Liaising with the Historical Society, which we haven't visited. I think she's also upset the director, Ingram, and a number of other serious scholars because she's faking the display. Then the lights go out. You hear a pistol shot. Someone tried to get in, but they failed. So for sure, our guy's Wait says they already swapped it out before they kick me out. We know Bellinger is stealing something from the case. If we only have one more place to go, should it be Bellinger's house? Is she our most likely culprit for the insider, or is McSweeney? I mean, McSweeney seems like he's involved with these sea creature people. All right, well, we've got 3 of us here playing this game. It says there are 5 concurrent viewers. So it's Moneycut, Jonathan Warner, and me. So why don't we all pick a final place we want to go, and we'll go to that place. We'll each go, we'll go a little bit over time. So let's hear where you want to go. Let's do a little vote here. All right, so anyone else who's watching can give a vote. There's lots of options for you, but just type vote for whatever you want to vote. We've got Bellinger, the young blonde, well, she's not young, the blonde person who's running this whole thing, who stole something. There's McSweeney, the guy who's angry that she's taking credit, but also smells of seaweed. There's Robinson, the other guy that's Weasley and involved in all this. There's the lawyer. I think we might be able to guess at who the lawyer is based on the one that sounds like he's from the... that he's from Innsmouth. And I don't know how he could give us information. We go to the Russian restaurant where we're told that the guys went, which is probably where they met the vets. We would love to find out who the third person is, and we would love to find out who stole the diamond. All right, Jonathan is voting for Robbins, the assistant. Monica, who are you voting for? I think I'm going to vote for Bellinger. DJ Moneycut also votes Robbins. All right, well, I'm going to give you both. You guys don't have to vote for the same person. We're going to go to 3 places. So you want to pick a second best, or why don't we go to those 2, and then Moneycut will make the final decision, or Jonathan Warner. All right, so we're going to start with Robbins. We'll do one at a time so we don't have to commit. We're going to start with Robbins. So Robbins is the museum guy. You realize that... Okay, wait a minute. You say Robbins the assistant. Robbins the assistant. Right, Robbins the assistant. Not Robinson that hired... Wait, Robbins the assistant. Okay, so Robbins the assistant is... I guess I gotta get rid of this. Robbins the assistant. Ooh, there's 2 Robins. There's 2 Robins. What do we do about this? You want to check both of them? One of you for each? Let's do mine first then. Let's do Bellinger first. Bellinger is N67. Robbins is N73 or N44. Bellinger. Remember, Bellinger entry had some weird stuff in it where it said we were asking for her documents. Okay, so we're going to go to N67 first. Bellinger. This was a weird one. Where's my cubes? A worried housekeeper opens the door, broom in hand. You tell her that Miss Bellinger sent you over from the museum to collect some of her papers for her exhibit, and you really must get them to her. You get a wave of sympathy. So I don't know, this is weird. Are we just making up this lie? You get a wave of sympathy from the woman, as it turns out that Miss Bellinger isn't a particularly pleasant employer. She points you in the direction of the study and leaves you to your own devices. The study's arranged very neatly and precisely, and you're careful not to disturb anything. A heavy royal typewriter and ordered letter rack occupy much of the desk, too. But it is to a large ledger that you are drawn. It appears that Miss Bellinger's financial records and a quick glance reveal that the woman is virtually bankrupt. There are several unusual notations for large cash deposits at irregular intervals, which seem to be keeping her head above water, but things are looking grim. You find several references to a loan as well, and you can see regular payments being made. At the back of the book appears to be a list of artifacts from the museum with lines neatly drawn through them. She is stealing artifacts and selling them. If you have requirement card 3, proceed to page 123. We don't have 3. We don't have it. Was that going to crack this case wide open? Or is this just going to be about us? I feel like this might have been one of the bankers or the lawyers that she's selling them to. Okay, so she needs money. She's bankrupt. That would give her good motivation to sell that diamond. But if she's stealing the little thing, maybe that means she wouldn't steal the big one, and she doesn't have someone, or has she arranged with the jeweler to do it? All right, now let's try your other Robbins. So I guess I'm just going to look up these two and see if we find them. Okay, here's the first one, your first Robbins. The narrow house of James Robbins stands mid-terrace on Bennett's Lane. The fog here on the edge of town is especially thick, reducing your visibility to around 10 paces. Your knocks are unanswered. However, you find that the door's lock is old and broken. And you cautiously creep inside. The modest furniture and cheap fixtures tell you that Robbins is not a wealthy man. Muddy boots stand by the back door, and several cheap overcoats hang in the hallway. In the pocket of one of them, you find a receipt from Sergei's restaurant across town. That's the Russian restaurant we heard about. The most expensive item in the neat house appears to be a large typewriter that sits on the kitchen table, surrounded by paperwork and research on South Sea cultures. Another typewriter, some of which appear to be copies from the Historical Society. Being careful to leave everything as you found it, you head back outside. If you have requirement 3, so this also wants requirement 3? How strange. And I guess that means the other Robbins is not of interest to us. No, other Robbins doesn't even have an entry. Well, we've now passed the last 2. We went to Bellinger, N67, and we went to Robbins, N73. And from those places, we're told about Sergei's restaurant, and we're told about the Historical Society, which we were told about earlier. So now we have to make a tough decision here. We've ran out of official time. we've got a couple of places that we're keenly interested in, and we feel like there's a missing piece of this. But we've already sort of cheated a little bit. I think probably we should do what we normally do, which is at this point force ourselves, even though I want to keep going. I think we should, if Anna was here, she would tell us to ignore the time. But I think probably to keep with the spirit of this game, we should force ourselves to read the questions and then decide if we want to forge ahead or go back and give ourselves more time. How does everyone feel about that? Are we okay with reading the questions? I mean, I want to go to these other places and solve stuff, but I feel like to keep the spirit of the game, we shouldn't take an infinite amount of time. We should read the questions. But there's 3 of us here. I'm happy to go with majority decision. What's it going to be? Jonathan says, ready to see the questions. What about you, DJ Monica? Are you ready to see the questions? Seems like it's majority already. We're ready to see the questions. DJ Monica says, I'm fine with the questions. Okay, so here we are. We're going to look at the questions now, and then we'll decide. There's obviously a big role of a typewriter here that we haven't encountered. All right, here are our questions. Oh, okay. So, who is the final victim scheduled to be kidnapped? We don't know the answer. What is the name of the ship sunk in 1917? That was the Kraken. What do the Innsmouth connection hope to use the Star of Tokelau for? That was to raise Relay up, wasn't it? Isn't that what we read in the final thing? Who is the leader of the Innsmouth connection in Arkham? Where is the real Star of Tokelau? What is the curse of the Star of Tokelau? Why is the museum curator Amanda Bellinger acting suspiciously? What reference book was stolen? We know that. That's really a. Why is Agent William Weedham really in Arkham? Bonus, was the kidnapping and murder of Lieutenant Charles Keyes prevented? Boy. I don't think we found a typewritten note, did we? So we definitely do not know a bunch of these answers. This is the only case we've played in this book. And we have gotten to the end with so few understood. So few. Okay, so I do think that this question seems like it's answered by this question. That Jonathan is right. That it was Keyes. Monica says, wasn't it on the boat? Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe that was on the boat. So I don't know. It seems like this didn't happen yet, even though we chased it. We met that guy. He said he was leaving town. Something bad could happen to him, but we didn't even encounter that. But which questions don't we know the answer to? I guess we're guessing this is Charles Keyes. We don't know the leader, do we? We've got a couple of people we're suspicious of, but we don't know who is the leader. I wonder if it's the lawyer. Where is it? We don't know the answer to that either. We know it was swapped, but we don't know who has it. We don't know what the curse is, right? Even though we read everything. We know 7. We know why she's acting suspiciously, because she's stealing stuff and owes money. Then we've got this side case about why is Weedham in Arkham. We know he's doing something for his mother, but we don't know what. Well, what should we do here? What should we do? I feel like we should probably, first of all, if you've had enough, it's completely reasonable for you to check out now and just come back at the end when we look up the solutions. But I think we should probably just go into a little bit of overtime, just judge that we need more time to solve it, and then try to hunt down our leads. Okay, McSweeney was our big other suspicion because he smelled like fish. So I think we should make a visit to McSweeney. You just shout out in the channel if you've got places you want to go. F63 and the Historical Society. All right, let's visit McSweeney. F63. We'll go through this fairly quickly because we are not supposed to be here. All right. Wow, this is crazy. It's another card asking if we have 3. The door to the small apartment of Ferris McSweeney is opened by a woman who introduces herself as Mrs. McSweeney. You tell her the details of your investigation, and she immediately invites you inside. From your conversation with Miss McSweeney, you learn that despite his gruff exterior, Ferris is an honorable and loving man who has ambitions to host his own exhibition one day. While Amanda Bellinger remains his boss, however, his chances are limited. As she takes credit for work her team produces and seems to live in luxury despite her modest university stipend. She also wants 3. Is it possible we got 3 and just didn't record it? Is that possible? 3 is set aside here. I think maybe we got 3 and I didn't record it. Which would have changed the information we've had. I think maybe, I wonder if 3 was what we read on the boat. Let me just see if I can find where 3 is. No. No. Okay. So, but I see what it was. So let's try to reverse engineer this a bit. When we went, there's a question about whether we found the note on the boat. So let's take a look at that. Okay, so when we find the boat, we read entry 7. Okay, let's look at that again. So let's see if Moneycut was right, that's where we got a typewritten note. A crumpled business card. Okay, take requirement 5. There's a brass key. On the desk, you see a folded piece of paper next to a wedding ring. Okay, it's a typewritten letter. You're right. Here's our typewritten letter that reads, "Plans have been made and have now begun. Prepare the sacrifices who dwell below. We still need a third to complete the rite. I have the perfect candidate in mind." Okay, so let me tell you the leap of logic from looking ahead to what requirement 3 is. We've got a typewritten letter. We've discovered a couple typewriters. The question is, I think, who has typed this note? And from what I just peeked at, I think what it wanted from us was for us to bring that note to the criminologist. Forensic evidence. Herbert Corbett. So let's go to D45 and see if that is where we get requirement card 3. Herbert is in the middle of a complex analysis for a private client. He waves you away, irritated that he has been disturbed, telling you to come back if you have some proper evidence for him to analyze. If you have requirement card 2, which I did not keep track of things. I don't think we have to. This is very confusing. I thought for sure it was going to be 5. Let me just see. He's talking about the note. Is this a bug? Oh, okay, there's the fix. So Jonathan says it was 2 we got on the boat, not 5. Okay, that's the boat one. That's the boat. So we do have this. All right, so we do have card 2 that the criminologist wants. So we can now read this. Okay. You proffer the note you discovered to the criminologist, and he looks a little brighter. Now, that's more like it. See how the B has a nick on the top of it and how the I is a little crooked? He scans the note more carefully with a magnifying glass. Yes, here too. See the A? It has a void filled in by a kind of smudge. Well, it's a little known fact that every typewriter has its own little quirks. Like this, a fingerprint, if you will. They are almost certainly unique to the machine, and if you can test out any typewriters you come across, you may be able to discover the author of this note more easily than you might have thought. Don't worry about trying to identify these strange stains. They're most likely just a spilled drink. They're like the water from the deep creatures, the deep ones. Finding the typewriter is the way to go here. You thank the scientists and leave, pondering where you might have come across a typewriter. And then take number 3. Okay, so that's what requirement is 3. That's why we keep encountering it, because every time we find a typewriter, we can now look for these patterns. So, where did we see the 3s? Who do you think it is? McSweeney, Robbins, or Bellinger? Because they all have typewriters that we can check. I'm gonna start with, let's start with Bellinger. So N73 was Bellinger. That's who you guys were suspicious of. And it said if you have a 3, read 3C. Okay, so now we're going to analyze Robbins' typewriter. Examining Robbins' typewriter documents that lie scattered around the table, you're able to ascertain that typewriter's I is a little crooked, the A has its void filled in by a smudge, and the top of the B has a nick out of the top. B has a nick, the I is crooked, the A has its void filled. I think you found it. I think it's Robbins. You guys were right. I is crooked. B has a nick. That's it. It's Robbins. Because look, if we look at Bellinger, there's a nick in each of the tails of the Y. And if we look at McSweeney, the T's are crooked and the Q's have a nick. So you guys were right. It's Robinson. Robbins. Okay, so that's pretty cool. We've found now who is the mastermind. It's Robbins. So that helps us answer the question about who's the leader. But how do we know he's not home, huh? Oh, he's got a receipt from Sergey's restaurant, though. Muddy boots, cheap overcoats. Paperwork from the Historical Society. So I guess we should follow up those leads if we now believe it's Robinson. Okay, so let's go to Sergey's restaurant. I guess I should check in with the chat. McSweeney, that's not really the reasoning why I suspected Robbins. I actually thought the Robbins was not involved with the deep ones, just stole the diamond. Let's look up Sergey's restaurant. L12. Sergey's is a mid-priced eatery run by a Russian expat. Slipping a dollar bill to the maitre d', you able to speak for a moment with him. You ask if he happens to know if the restaurant has been frequented by any less desirable types over the last couple of weeks, and he immediately scowls. Certainly, those two louts, Tribble and Keyser, have been coming in fairly regularly over the last week until they got picked up by the police. Often they ate alone, but once they left poor Mr. Waite from the goldsmith with a huge bill he didn't have enough money to settle. They would also meet with another man from the university, I think. They were constantly tramping in river mud all over my beautiful floor. Ugh, and the smell of them. Well, I had a few complaints from other diners, shall we say. They were staying over at the Lewiston house, I believe. Hopefully the police will run them out of town. I think maybe we're going to find the diamonds in their room. The Lewiston house, huh? So the restaurant is where they met, and he knows where they were staying. The Lewiston house is F8. If we can find their stuff, we might find the diamond. Here we go. The greasy proprietor of the Lewiston house is rude and uncooperative and refuses to let you look into the rooms rented by Tribble and Keyser. Spying a letter on the counter addressed to the pair with their room listed as 3A, you scale the iron fire escape in the alley at the side of the property, 2 floors up as you begin to regret your decision. 2 floors up, you begin to regret your decision as the window to 3A is impossible to open from the outside. Peering in, Through the grime-coated glass, you're able to spot a pair of heavy work boots covered in river mud. On a desk near the window, you see a copy of the Arkham Advertiser with the advertisement for Aunt Enid's soup morning circled, and a typewritten letter that you cannot make out as it's covered by a napkin from Sergei's restaurant. Noticing passers-by in the street, you decide not to break the window and return to ground level. Is this where we think the diamond is? Or do we think the jeweler has it? I mean, they could have swapped it out at any time, right? Okay, we're sort of rushing through this, but while you guys are thinking, I'm just going to go to the Historical Society. And then maybe it's time to try to do our best to answer it. Historical Society is L1. Okay, well, this is a long entry. Let's read this and then maybe we'll wrap it up here. You sigh inwardly as you approach the Historical Society, thinking of all the times you have sidestepped Dorothy Davis and her lectures on the age of sail. She'll never let you hear the end of it. Now you finally have come to her with request about the South Seas. You explain to Mrs. Davis that you're looking into the Star of Tokelau and its origins. Why, certainly you've come to the right place. I've been researching the maritime traditions of the Massachusetts coast, particularly around Miskatonic Valley, for several years now. She's in her element as she begins to describe the 18th century voyages to the Polynesian islands. Arkham had several maritime families who journeyed extensively around the globe, as did Kingsport, but these are nothing compared with the shipping families of Innsmouth, who made a very profitable trade from the South Seas. That lasted until the start of the 19th century, when a number of sea disasters saw the end of all but the Marsh operation. The Marshes were still in business right up until a few years ago, when federal agents raided a bootlegging operation and effectively closed the town down. I think this is our lawyer, is Marsh. You gently try to steer the conversation back to the Star of Tokelau, but Mrs. Davis assures you that her story is relevant. The Star was brought back to Innsmouth on one of Marsh's ships. The captain, Nathaniel Kezar, traded almost an entire hold of goods to a fishing tribe on Tokelau for it. He was obsessed with it, and when he was fired by the Marshes, he moved to Arkham with his family. He, of course, was the root of the curse story. A malicious rumor spread by jealous rivals, no doubt. He squandered his family fortune before killing himself to spare his family's embarrassment about the poor choices he had made in his life. The Star has changed hands many times, and at least two of its other owners are reported to have taken their own lives after financial misfortunes. But talk of a curse is just a way to sell newspapers, if you ask me. Take its most recent owner, Mr. Hollingsworth of Kingsport. Never a hint of problems in his life, and he left his estates to charitable associations. We received a delightful collection of letters handed down from the Civil War, documenting the Hollingsworth family adventures. The lawyer handling the estate dropped them off just yesterday. I think his family may have come from Innsmouth as well, judging by the name. That's Marsh. If you have requirement card 4, which we do, we can read entry 4. Okay, I think we're just about done. We're going to read the lawyer after this, and then we're going to solve it. You are about to leave the Historical Society when a painting catches your eye. It depicts storm-lashed seas on a ship listing and floundering as it goes down with all hands. The plaque underneath reads, "The Loss of the Kraken, 1917. You call Dorothy Davis over and ask her if she knows anything about the ship. Why, yes, certainly. That picture was actually painted by one of only 3 survivors of the disaster, part of his therapy, I believe. In late 1917, the troop transport HMS Kraken was carrying our brave Miskatonic volunteers across to Europe to fight in the war. It ran into problems and was lost in the mid-Atlantic. Official reports say it was possibly a German U-boat attack, but none of the survivors can verify that, and none of them heard a torpedo explosion. We thank Dorothy and note the artist's signature, which appears to be that of Lieutenant Keyes, which we've met." Jonathan says, "I don't think the cult has the diamond." Okay, so I was looking at earlier lawyers and noticed that, look, Jebediah Marsh. So I think we should visit him. Jebediah palms you off on one of his administrators as he has another matter to attend to. You're left in the capable hands of an efficient young man called Joseph Batchelder, who offers you every assistance. You begin by asking if he can give you any more information about the estate of Berkeley Hollingsworth II and its dispersal. He eyes you suspiciously, reluctant to talk, so you opt to bluff. You tell him you represent a branch of the family that may have been overlooked. He seems to accept your story and retrieves the file from a large modern steel cabinet. "Ah, here we are then. I can see here it is marked for public scrutiny, so I can take you through it. The Berkeley Hollingsworth estate was divided principally between a number of charitable ends. Batchelder goes on at length about the various sums scattered the length and breadth of the Miskatonic Valley, with large sums going to the Kingsport Foundation and more to St. Mary's Hospital in Arkham by way of EW. A small box of letters for MK of West Washington Street, Arkham. The museum benefited from a number of items of historic significance, including the Star of Tokelau, and DD at the Historical Society received documentation and historical correspondence for their extensive archives." Okay. So we've gone to a bunch more places. We've eaten up a lot of time. It feels like it's probably our job now to do our best. But we've got a bit of a problem. Jonathan says, "I don't think the cult has the diamond." Okay. The biggest observation, the biggest clue was the one that Antina suggested, which is whoever took the diamonds swapped them out with something that looked almost identical to them. That means the jeweler has to be involved. And the jeweler, surely the jeweler has to be involved, or the cult, but probably the jeweler, right? And if the jeweler was involved, the question is, who is he working with? And is that what gets us to Bellinger? Let's look at our jeweler statement. We take an instant dislike to him. We're looking at the jewelry feeling sick. One of them. So we don't have any history of the jeweler, who he knows or anything. But when we talk to Waite, does he point us to points us to wait. I mean, he points us to the jeweler. Puts the coins in a bag, puts them into a heavy 4 safe. He says, Mr. Yates and I were discussing it. He's the jeweler around the corner. I guess we weren't supposed to read it. It says, we had in mind to see if we could acquire some of the more modest items. I may have to go have a look at this star myself. A shadow passes over his face. You see if it has really come to Arkham, ... Let's take our last 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll answer the questions. Let me put them up on the screen for a second for you to see. I'm not sure we understand what the curse is. Seems to be like the owners commit suicide or something. But our real question is, where is it? And then we don't know why he's in Arkham. We're not going to worry about that. Okay, we're going to take our 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll finally read the solution to this question. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're going to answer the questions, but before we do, Jonathan and Tina is here. Jonathan, Monica are discussing final theories, and Jonathan reminds us that if we're so concerned about Kiesel's life, we actually can go back to his house to see the note he left on his door. So I do think we should do that. Here it is, here. So, Charles, someone has left a note on his door. Oh, wait a minute. No, here it is. Sorry. So if we go back on the evening of the 5th or later, we see this. The house on Northwest High Street is wreathed in fog, and the smell of rotting fish, which seems to follow you wherever you go, is particularly repellent here. You go to knock at the door and find that it has been forced. Jagged wood is splintered around the lock as if it has been smashed by a tremendous blow. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be read. Like, if you arrived at this location before the evening, which we did, so I think maybe this is supposed to be only if we get here too late. Not if we... It's a rule confusion. I'm not sure if it means we should read this if we come back and this is what happened, or only if we got here late. Because when we got here, we read the same thing and he tells us his story. And then we take 4 and he leaves. I shall pack a case. I think this means we saved him because we visited him early enough to save him. And that we shouldn't even read this. Well, we're going to have to come back and read that afterwards if we should read it. It's too weird. It's like an alternate reality if we read it now. John says, if he was meant to not read it, it should have been that we put him in a taxi. I agree with you. If you arrived, it does say if you arrived, though, not if you arrived now, but like if you had previously. All right, well, if it doesn't, game doesn't say we saved him, then we'll read that. If it says we saved him, then we won't read it. All right, so because clearly if you read that, he's captured. So, okay, so it's time to get on the record. Is there anything we disagree with? We found that's Robin's. Okay, where is it? Is that the one? And then what's the curse? And then Weedham, you want to take a guess at that? That's going to be his mother. And it's going to be related to this newspaper article. I'm going to say that this guy attacked the mother and daughter or something, and our guy is chasing them down. Okay. Everyone get on the record now. Who do you think, where is the star? Where is the star? And that's it, huh? Not who. I'm going to say the star is with the jeweler, I guess. I'm going to say the star is with the jeweler. Let me see what the rest of the channel thinks. Jonathan says, I think McSweeney has it. Maybe still secured somewhere secret in the museum. Okay, where does money cut? Either Robbins has it or they threw it in the sea as a sacrifice. Interesting. Okay, and Tina says the jewelry store. So me and Antina, I'm basing it on Antina's observation that the jeweler would have to have made it and would be the person who could sell it, and that the cult doesn't have it. And what do we all think the curse is? Is the curse that the owner, it's a fake curse, right? It doesn't seem real, but what is the curse? I think we're told that the curse was made up to scare people. It's not real, but the belief is that it makes them kill themselves or something because a number of past owners have killed themselves. So just running through it, this we think is keys. This is the Kraken. This is to relay the city under the sea. This is Robbins. This we disagree about. I say the jeweler has it. Jonathan says that McSweeney has it. Could be Robbins, though. DJ Moneycut says Robbins has it or it's thrown in the sea. The curse is fake, we think, but it makes them commit suicide or something. Why is Amanda Bellinger acting suspiciously? Because she steals items and sells them because she owes money. Which reference book? It's the Relay Rising. Why is he really in Arkham? We don't know. We don't care. But something to do with his mother and the assault of the chauffeur at the chemical factory. And then this, we think we saved him by visiting him early. All right, here we go. And Tina says, I think the curse is real. And what do you think the curse is then? What does it do? Does it make the owners commit suicide? All right, here we go. There's a big, long solution here. Who is the final victim? Lieutenant Charles Keyes. We got that right. What is the name of the abandoned schooner? Is that what it asked us? It says, what is the name of the ship sunk in 1917? Okay, so that's a little bit of a bug, but we would have known the answer to this if it had asked us this instead. Okay, what do the Innsmouth Connection hope to use the Star of Tokelau for? They plan to use the star as part of a ritual to open a gateway to Relay. Yes, okay. Who's the leader of Innsmouth Connection? It's James Robbins. Okay, we did figure that out in overtime. And here we go. You ready for where it is? Where is the real Star of Tokelau? In the locked safe in Mary Keyser's home. That was the other place we could have guessed, at the Lewiston house. What? How are we supposed to get that? No points for anyone on question 5. Okay, what is the curse of the Star of Tokelau? Drive its owners to insanity and suicide. Okay, yeah, we guess we got that right. Okay, why is museum curator Amanda Bellinger acting suspiciously? She's broken, attempting to pawn artifacts. Yes. What was the book stolen? Relay Rising. Why is Agent Willem Weedham really in Arkham? He's investigating a mysterious letter found in his deceased mother's effects. I guess we kind of got that. Bonus. If you reached location N58 before the evening of day 5, which we did, Lieutenant Keyes successfully escaped the Innsmouth Connection. You take no sanity penalties for this investigation. If you did not, his kidnapping and murder haunt you. Deduct 1 point. So we did prevent him from being kidnapped because we visited him early enough. Armitage solved it in 10. Deduct 1 point if you saw the deep ones flopping around on the docks. Deduct 1 point if you saw the gold in Yates' jewelry store, which we did, and got nauseous about it. Deduct 1 point if you learned about Mary Keyser's fate, which we didn't. Okay, so we're not going to worry about our score, but let's read the solution. You reached location 58 by the morning. Read solution B. Otherwise, solution A. I guess we're in solution B then, huh? Returning through the fog to Armitage's office, you arrive to find the head librarian in an ebullient mood. You'll be pleased to know I just waved Lieutenant Keyes off at the train station. Seems as though between us, we convinced him to depart just in the nick of time. I'm happy with the way it finished in the end. The connection foiled the star safe. Did you start at the town hall or did you go straight to the veterans' home? Myself, I went to talk with Nichols Saltonstall and found out about the fate of the HMS Kraken back in 1917. I had fancied for a moment that those creatures that had been spotted by people at night down at the docks may indeed have been Benoit and Salter driven mad, with some hideous change overcoming them. That was until I went to Henry Benoit's house and my suspicion changed tack. He finally stops his relentless pacing and sits down in his chair beside the fire. He leans closer to you, his voice low and even. The 3 men, Sultan, Benoit, and Keyes, were indeed innocents. They were the only survivors of their ship that was dragged under the waves by, well, I don't want to think about what. They were picked out not only because they had no one to miss them, but because they had escaped from the Kraken in 1917. Garrison put me on the right track with the Innsmouth Connection, a gang of ruthless cutthroats. Keyser, Tribble, and Robbins, hiding in plain sight at the museum, took them and sacrificed them. At least we can comfort ourselves knowing they will have a nasty surprise waiting for them if they do eventually try and steal the emerald and use it for their foul ceremony. The warrior's blood will not be enough to raise up Relier, not without the star. Professor Armitage pulls a map from a scroll case on his desk and unrolls a naval chart, jabbing his finger to emphasize his points. I was able to track Robbins from the neat typewriter notes he left in various places. He must have thought he was concealing his identity by not revealing his handwriting. Corbett helped me to see that a typewriter has as unique a print as any handwriting analysis. Once I checked with the machine in his home, I was sure, and his link with the museum drove me back around to the star. The star had come from a cursed Innsmouth, brought to America by Captain Nathaniel Keyser. It had changed hands many times in the last few generations, spreading insanity, depression, financial loss, and suicide in most of the homes it found itself in. Clearly the emerald, it's a diamond, is cursed. That much the advertiser got right. That the stone came into Hollingsworth's possession in 1917 is no coincidence. He managed to keep it from the connection all this time. He found out somehow that the stone can be used in a ritual combined with the sacrifice of warriors to raise Relay from the Stygian depths. Old man Keyser must have realized as well, but to have a forgery of such precision crafted was an inspirational move. All that matters is that it is safe now. Poor Mary Keyser will take the real star of Tokelau with her, quite literally to the grave. No curse will ever be as bad as the horrific heritage lurking in her blood. With her brave choice, though, she's able to save us all. He sits back and steeples his fingers. I wonder, what was the chance occasion that allowed Hollingsworth to come by the star in 1917? Perhaps an investigation for another day, eh? I think we deserve a rest. So where did he find out about Mary Keyser's home? If you had gone to Marley's boat, which they went to at some point, I guess you would have seen them go to her home. And if you went to her home, let's see if we would have figured out that she had it. We find her home. She's inside, a rasping voice, in a rocking chair. Her face is obscured. We feel nervous. This wasn't it. I don't get many visitors these days. Never have come to think of it. What is it you want? She's wearing heavy lace gloves. She's middle-aged. Her gloved hands grip the armrest. Why is it you want to know that about Berkeley Hollingsworth? She hisses. With a violent change in demeanor that takes you aback, the hairs on the back of your neck rise, and the woman stands suddenly from her chair and grips your overcoat with shocking strength. Are you with them? The Innsmouth connection? If you have 8, which we didn't have, we would something. Otherwise, we just run away. So 8 was probably at Marley's. I'm not going to go any further. Were we supposed to read this if we didn't find the star? I believe so. The other alternate ending was when the guy died. So if you want to see, if we saved him from dying, that's what we read. If we didn't, we got this. And it says, our efforts were in vain. Enemies gained a measure of success. We were too late to save Lieutenant Keyes. So, in both cases, it expected us to find Mary, though. Okay. Let's take our 5-minute break. And then we'll talk about the games, what you thought, where it ranks with the other Mythos Tales games. 5-minute break, come back, final thoughts. Okay, we're back to give our final thoughts on the Star of Tokelau, the sixth case in Mythos Tales. This has been a strange one. It's hard. I think seem like we're all in a similar boat here in the channel. There's even some disagreement about the solution. Jonathan's saying, is it implying that since the beginning the star has been a fake? I don't think so. No, I think we're being told that it was passed down from Hollingsworth and was all real. And then in the end, I think he gave it to her. Kezar gave it to her, and they did steal it, I think. It says the stone came into his possession. Hollingsworth, Captain Nathaniel Kezar, changed hands, eventually got into Hollingsworth, and then Kezar, the guy we met. Remember, the two guys that got arrested, one is Kezar, is a descendant. And I think it's saying that the descendant got his hands on it and gave it to his wife, Mary, before he was arrested. That's how I read it. Look, Kezar lives in town. That guy that we arrested was a descendant. He swapped it in. But it is a little confusing. He gave it to his wife to keep hold of, and I guess she does something with it. It is confusing. So if we had the card, we would watch her get rid of it, I guess. If we had the card 8, which I don't know where we get, then I guess we read this additional solution where you tell her you recently attended gala. There was an attempted robbery. She says, you're right to be concerned. Ismith may have fallen to the government's raid. Plenty of former residents that would see it restored. Stone is the heart of it. The Innsmouth connection would seek to wreak a great harm. And she's going a little bit crazy. My cousin is with them now. Relay will rise once more. There's nothing mortal hands can do. You feel dizzy. And then we continue on. She suddenly sneers. How did you find out the gem is fake? It's true. I have taken matters into my own hands and not left the world's fate to chance. Here's the solution that I don't know why the end solution doesn't give us this, but we could have encountered this if we got super lucky. Marsh called me up to his office, had me collect my inheritance, a simple box with some papers from my grandfather. He knew me from the old town, for I too hail from Innsmouth. Luckily, he left me on my own in his vault for a short time to read the letters. Grandfather, like you it seems, was reluctant to let those evil creatures from the deep carry out their plans. He had a near-perfect copy of the star crafted, but had never the opportunity to make the exchange. Instead, he had hidden it within the base of the box. It was a simple matter to swap out the real for the forgery whilst I was there. If the gem does not get stolen now, they will find that it will not work to the ends. If the gem does get stolen, it won't work. You sit down trying to take it all in, but what of the real gem? It's here with me, locked away in my safe, and I shall take it to the grave with me. My trusted friends are under instruction to have it buried with me after I pass, which will be any day now. The call of the ocean gets stronger each day. You see, it wasn't just the box that was in my inheritance from that accursed town. She draws her veil up to reveal a queer, narrow head with only a few strands of stringy white hair. She has a flat nose and bulging eyes that water even the half-light of the room. Her skin peels away in places, revealing rough, fish-like scales underneath, and there are ugly red marks on her throat. As you can see, I shall not be long for this world. I mean to end it before it is too late, before I can no longer resist the lure of the deep. Have no fear, they will not get it. You feel physically sick at this poor woman's plight and her unthinkable decision, and make your feeble excuses to leave her to her fate. Okay, so that was the real solution, hidden in a couple of these entries that you had to have the special cards for. We had 9, but I don't know where we got 8. All right, let's talk about what's happened in this case. Most of the playthrough here, I was really appreciating this case. It was a dual track case. We had a robbery that looked like fairly standard robbery. We had these missing people. And as the best of these cases do, eventually they crossed over and were tied together. There were some very nice moments. It was paced well for 3/4 of it. And then it went wrong. And really, almost all of how it went wrong was just that we ran out of time. And it's once again this desire to limit players to a certain number of turns just does not work. I think most players would have a very, very hard time coming anywhere near to understanding this whole thing in the allowed time. And in particular, that last question about where is it, like you could only know that. You could only know that if you went to these multiple ending steps and actually had the scene where she tells you she's the only one who knows how it got swapped. That's a problem. It's a problem that this is phrased as a mystery, and you're supposed to put together the solution by putting all these pieces of the puzzle together. It turns out that she's like, I'm going to tell you, when you finally confront her after having all these, if you get really lucky, get everything in place, she says, hey, I was in the room with my inheritance and I was alone, so I had the opportunity to open a box when I found the secret fake diamonds and then I swapped them. I mean, that's crazy to have the entire key to the mystery resolved in one deep chain of this one woman who is otherwise not involved in this case at all. This is like a ghost in the machine. She's just popped up at the end to tell us this convoluted thing. And that's a bizarre designer choice. And it would be bizarre even if you had unlimited time. But the fact that you have limited time really makes it unfair. And I think having limited time also breaks a whole bunch of stuff. Like, maybe if earlier on we had gotten stuck and didn't know how to proceed, maybe we would have figured out that we could take the note to the criminologist, although that was really a stretch. It's really weird to give a note to someone and say you can read it and then have the players figure out that they should go to the criminologist to ask about it. But if we had unlimited time, maybe that would occur to us. But even if it had occurred to us, with such limited time and the rules of the game, you'd have to say, what are the odds that we're going to be able to bring this note to the criminologist? Not just bring it. I mean, the game barely suggests that it's a thing that you have. Monica knew that we did have the note, but it's only because of the requirements that we were able to ask about it. So really bizarre. And then we just sort of got tired at the end. I will say, though, that the general use of things that happened at certain times was pretty cool for most of this case. Like, it was cool that we were one step ahead and they were like, okay, you come back on Saturday when we have the soup kitchen, and we came back then. And the gala was happening Saturday night, so we came back at Saturday night. Those were pretty fun. And there was a lot of that. There was a ton of use of the requirement cards and a ton of use of the time stuff. And most of it worked. Most of it was pretty enjoyable. And the core of this case was enjoyable. If it didn't have such a bizarre ending, if the ending was more reasonable, like it had elements where we were like, oh, it was stolen beforehand and we figured that out. And then the jeweler was involved and we thought the jeweler made the fake. It feels like we had a better solution to this case, a better core solution than the game had. That game ending feels like a cheat that the wife has it. I feel like that's really was a mistake. This should have been a much more classic heist involved with the diamond. And you could see there are elements here that felt like that this was rushed, like emerald. It's being called emerald in some places, not diamonds. But this felt like maybe this could, had enough length to be two cases, a double length case. You would have been well advised to make this a double length case, give us 3 times the amount of time, and let us actually track down a real theft that occurred with real evidence of who was involved in it. Monica says, even the note itself was down a deep, convoluted path. Or Jonathan says that. So yeah, I mean, it feels like the idea that you could get that ending, it feels like 1 in 1,000. But maybe that's the philosophy of this game that we just don't agree with. I do think what you've got here is the material for a really great case. If you just made the robbery slightly separate, don't have this ending of Mary, have one of the people rob it to steal it, and then get rid of the time requirements. I've yet to see these time requirements that actually work. And here it was a total miss because there was no enjoyable time pressure here. It was all just, we ran it to the end and then we had a bunch of questions that we had no way to answer. Where I would rank it is difficult. I mean, the first 3/4 of the way through it, I was going to rank this as my favorite one. And I do think with some work, this would be my favorite one. As it is, it just feels a little bit broken. So I don't know how to rank it. It's not going to be very memorable, so maybe it doesn't rank super high, but maybe in the middle of them, in the middle of the 6. It wasn't boring. It had some really cool parts, really enjoyable parts. I guess if you wanted to fix this, if you wanted to advise someone how to play it, I got a solution for you. Here's what I would say. Here's the easiest, quickest, simplest, least invasive fix. I would say this. Ignore all time limits to the end of the game. Don't stop until you find the actual necklace. That's it. That's the fix. I think with that, just with that, don't stop until you find the necklace. I think you've got a pretty good case. I think it would take you a long time to track down that lead all the way, but I think you would, and the story would be interesting. Jonathan says, I would rank it top 3. I think I enjoy some of the other more. I feel a bit more like tracking down a monster. Those are a little more unique. This was more of a traditional mystery. Still had a couple good creepy scenes. Yes, there was one where it was a little more active. I think you could fix that with that small fix, though, that I suggest. Don't stop until you find the actual necklace. I think then you'd have a pretty good time. And if you try to play it so that you don't stop until you find the necklace, you're going to have to keep good notes because it's not going to be easy to get down that entire path. Okay. So with that fix, if I imagine we played it with that fix, this would definitely be near the top for me. It would be a big, long case too. Well, I appreciate that DJ Monica and Jonathan were able to stick with me for the full thing. This was a long one, 6.5 hours. This is our longest playthrough of Mythos Tales. I'm still very appreciative of all the things that this case tried to do. Much more use of time in this and requirements. Still pretty impressive accomplishment. Most important, I think I've come up with a fix that would make this case quite enjoyable, although it would extend the length of it quite a bit. All right. Shall we end it there? A pleasure as always. I'll tell you one thing that's true. I felt this way about, what did we play recently that I felt this way about? Oh, a little bit with Vienna Connection and Bureau of Investigation. There are so few of these games, the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases set in this supernatural, scary world. There's so few of them, and it feels like there's so many of the standard Sherlock Holmes consulting detective that it is a bit bittersweet to reach the end of these and realize you're out. There's no more left to play. Although we know Martinez Conradi has made some supernaturally tinged Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases. We have a fan case for Bureau of Investigation and a fan case for Mythos Tales. I believe so. That we'll be playing in October. Okay. A pleasure, a joy. This is a great group. I enjoy talking about the games with you. I think if I played these by myself, not much fun, but with a group, with this group, particularly fun. All right. If you watch this after the live stream, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Do you have a different take on it than we do? Maybe if you don't try to play it through all in one session, it's not so exhausting. I could feel I was getting a little tired. The channel was too. That always affects the gameplay. Stop by the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. Help us decide which games to play next in what order. And I'll see you on the next live stream.